The man himself, Nakasuchi, Ron,
Mappa,
the man.
Incredible. That guy is a total mental illness patient. You made him look like a moron in that film.
The thing about the movie is you could have been honest. Like you didn't have to. I mean, you have to know that those edits were disingenuous.
I'm not saying. I don't personally think that anything was misedited at all. But that's just me.
I proved it. I mean, I put your edit right next to the actual unedited cut.
And he lashed out in response because he realized how stupid he looked.
I'll be honest, when I was debating him, he was so horrible.
All right.
And
hey,
so
everybody, let me see if I can stop this son of a bitch
grace.
here.
I took it very easy.
I cut it off at the wrong spot. So, yeah, I don't have all the tools and tricks that Knock has there, so I just had to share a screen on my laptop, and I didn't think the sound was going to work, but Puff let me know in the private chat that it was working. Because it sounded doubled up because I was playing the sound off of my phone. Because last time I tried to do this, the sound wasn't working, and Knock had told me that sometimes when you try and share screen without having two screens, that it can fuck up like that. But didn't turn out too bad. But so tonight's open room, Knock's not here. He's at work, and he's already declared in the live chat that he's bored as fuck watching it snow. Must be snowing so hard they're not getting any customers or whatever. I see CJ's in the chat. Junk Slap Libraries here. Critical Cripple, what's up, Dave? Ox. Lisa for Truth is here. The Rage, of course, is in the live chat. Bully Ignorant. And I did see Jay Spatchcock earlier. I'm not sure if he's still there or not. And that's about it. We got Puff with us in here. God equals a square root of 1. Love that name. And who else? That's about it. Oh, Jeremy Martin's here. So, yeah, we're going to put the link in the live chat here in a few minutes. I did not mean to share that. And then you can come in, just like always, if you have a topic you want to talk about, come on in. And as always, any Christians out there want to come in, CJ, if you're not at work, please feel free to come in. But a couple things I want to talk about before we do put the link in the chat is, first of all, when I say any Christians, like especially like if that chicken shit pussy DD Darth Dawkins or Dickhead Dunkin' Donuts, whatever the fuck his name is, if you're out there, come on in and try again, man. You couldn't make it very much too long last time. without being able to run your script and, and have powers over mutant people and shit. And then the other thing I want to talk about that Marty made me aware of earlier when we did that short little stream earlier is that she was over there last night in that stream that Smokey was doing, and she said that she had gotten in a little bit of a back and forth with Nicholas, proclaimer of imaginary friend in the sky, I think his name is. But he had made an argument that, well, hey, you atheists, you don't care about abortion, so why would you care about anything Smokey's talking about? Like, as if those two things go together, And I always get tired of hearing that, well, you atheists don't care about abortion, when the issue's not abortion. It's a woman's right to choose. It's bodily autonomy women have. And there's a lot of atheists, I know myself included, that, would grant the premise that that's a life, and it's unfortunate, when someone has to have an abortion, but you can't take women's rights away from them, period, end of discussion. And then he wants to conflate that with Smokey, being a fuckstick and talking bad about Knox family. But at any rate, I just wanted to mention that if Nicholas, if you hear that and you want to come in and defend yourself on that, please feel free to. And I don't know, like I said, anybody can bring any topic in they want. One topic I chose that if you feel like talking about, it's about you guys. So if somebody has a different topic, better topic, we'll go with whatever topic gets brought in. But one thing I wanted to put out to everybody is to maybe talk about the topic of, is revelation, is it I don't know what word I want to use. Is it a legitimate argument when you're debating or having a discussion with a theist and they want to talk about their personal revelation, they want to talk about natural revelation, they want to talk about special revelation, which generally means they're reading the Bible and getting some revelation from God. Because when I'm, talking with Christians and when I see other people talk with Christians, I don't understand that why they even quote the Bible. Because that's not persuasive to people that don't believe. I think they'd just be better off making different arguments. But I kind of wanted to touch on that subject if anybody's interested in talking about that when you come in. Puff's going to be the moderator tonight. I'm going to play the knock role, and I might dip in on the conversation here and there, and I'll be trying to keep up with chat and interact with the chat. And then Puff, he's going to handle it however he wants to handle it. If he wants to use the method we use, that's fine. Or if he just wants to handle it however he's going to handle it, that's fine. He's the moderator tonight. So it's Puff's room. I just want to point out, though, just like with Knock, Knock's not here tonight, but I'm here. I don't have to raise my hand. All right. When I want to get in, I'm just going to open my mouth and get in, and that's just the way it's going to work. And the same thing with Puff, since he's a moderator tonight. If he opens his mouth to try and get control of the room or whatever, if he's even just dipping in with a comment, he opens his mouth, let him talk, and then we can go back to you. Something we talked about a couple weeks ago, I just want people to know, is that say we get into a discussion and there's a couple people going back and forth, and you want to jump in with something real quick that pertains to what's being talked about at that minute, that's not a problem. Just say, hey, real quick, and say your one or two sentences, and get it out, because I think we're missing a lot of really good, maybe, on the spot jokes or on the spot comments or probative comments on certain topics by not letting people just jump in when they want to. But if you do jump in, it's not to blather on and do a soliloquy. It's, you jump in over top of a couple people going back and forth. It's got to be like a sentence or two, and then that's it. So what's going on, Puff? How you doing tonight?
Doing good, man. Just chilling. Getting into the swing of the winter heating season, which means very, very cold times for me. But
It's funny. You're saying in the winter it's cold times, and when you were talking there, I could have swore I heard like an air conditioner running in the background.
oh no, that's oh my goodness, that's the air system they put. Okay, so like I just recently moved into a house, like the first time I've rented a house ever, right? Which is not a big house. It's actually smaller than the apartment that I was renting, but it's a house. I don't have neighbors like on either side of my walls, right?
Right.
So it's fantastic to me. But what they did is it used to be like an old, like it was built like an old like army house or whatever, right? It was like a bunch of like army homes that they built for a base or whatever out here, and for Rock Island base, and so the armory or whatever it is. So they didn't have no heat, no air, no nothing back in the day. They just like basically run a heater or a radiator in the corner or whatever. So they slapped in like some aftermarket air in here. So their solution, instead of actually doing it right, was to just cut a hole through the wall going into the living room straight to the furnace. So it's like the gates of hell have opened. So their solution, instead of actually doing it right. Oh, Antonio,
You got the stream coming through your mic, man.
Yeah, I just lowered the volume. So
Okay.
Oh, it's no problem. You're fine. But the one thing I had a topic I wanted to bring up before we get into all the religious stuff. So they recently three cryptographers worked together. One from Australia, one from I think Belgium, and one from the U.S. And they were able to decipher the core code and then decipher one of the letters from the Zodiac Killer recently, this week or last week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, cool. So what did it say?
Basically said that he was ready for him. If you can, come look for me, find me if you can. I'm ready for you. You can go ahead and kill me if you want to because I'm ready for the afterlife. I have gathered enough. What did he say? Enough slaves. So basically, he was saying he had killed enough people that in the afterlife he would have enough servants to be happy.
Sounds like a very fucked up religionist.
Yeah, and that's like to me that's like it's got to be a dark interpretation of some Bible stuff going on there, but it also could be a dark interpretation of Islam based on the afterlife and having servants and all that stuff.
So, I mean, in the Zodiac Killer, was that somebody they ever caught, or did he not get caught?
No, they never caught him. They never figured out who it was, and all they had was the letters. And they were in a code that they couldn't even figure out until they just figured out one of the letters. But because he used different cipher even though he used the same symbols, he used different ciphers for different letters. So it doesn't apply across multiple letters. They tried it already, but they're working on more letters now. But you got to figure this one guy has been working on it. The guy in the U.S. anyway was working on it in his spare time for 30 years.
Oh, wow.
So
I want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding Otangelo again. Like, I don't know, a couple months back, he had posted something in chat, and I flipped out on him because I thought he was referring to something we were talking about at the time that was kind of fucked up. But I just got to know, Otangelo, like, what's the KKK about in your you said something about interrupter KKK?
I don't remember. I just remember that then I came in and I clarified my comment to what I was responding, and then you got it, and it.
No. I'm talking about right now. I'm not trying to go into the past. That was already squared away. I'm saying tonight in the chat, I don't know who you were talking to, but you had posted what is persuasive. And then just a couple seconds later, you posted interrupter KKK. I'm just concerned about the KKK thing. Were you talking about the Ku Klux Klan? What's
no. KKK is like laughing.
Oh, yeah. I understand. I know what you mean. So it's kind of like if you see Koreans typing in chat, you'll see 55555, right? That's because in Korean, in South Korean, 5 is pronounced ha. So
it's like ha ha ha. Okay.
That's pretty cool. We just learned a new one. Sweet.
Okay, John, as to your thing about Revelation, I was talking about this with Atangelo on my channel. If you have not seen that, go see it. If you are not subscribed to my channel, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. Now that that's out of the way, I don't mind people using personal revelation as a reason for them to believe. What I mind is when they try to force their beliefs on others based on that personal revelation. Now, I do not believe in natural revelation. That would be God. You know how the Bible says God makes himself known through the world. Well, that's just a bunch of nonsense, because if that were true, everybody would know him, and we obviously don't. So, so personal revelation, I'm all right with. Natural revelation, no such thing. So, as long as you're not forcing people to your religion based on your own personal revelation, I don't really give a fuck if you believe based on personal revelation. I don't.
Well,
And
and just let me add to that. I don't necessarily care if people personally want to base their beliefs on that. I'm just saying, is that a legitimate tactic to use when you're having a discussion with a non-believer or you're having a debate with a non-believer? I mean, does that really add anything to, trying to convince somebody of your position by saying that you had a personal revelation, or you believe that, because the universe exists and everything in the universe that exists, that's proof that God exists, which would be the natural revelation. Yeah, that's more what I'm talking about. I definitely agree with you that it doesn't matter to me if somebody personally wants to say that their faith is based on their own revelations.
no,
Yeah.
I've had personal revelation of God, and I am now an atheist. And the reason for that, and I go into this in my channel, I have a disease called temporal lobe epilepsy, and basically that means I get like God experiences, but they're not really God experiences. They're just my brain having a seizure. So if I can't tell between a true God experience and a seizure, why the hell do I believe? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, and also I would add to that okay, in your position, I could see where, if you have that condition where, hey, how am I supposed to know the difference between this or that? But then even when it comes to people that don't have any kind of, condition with their brain or anything, I think that when people say they experience God, I think what's happening is they're just having a personal epiphanous moment, that they're working out something in their own mind, but they want to give credit to God, but they're just having an epiphanous moment, or they're having a reaction to their emotions at the time, and they're giving credit to a God when really it's something that's going on in their own mind. I think you were trying to get in there, Puff.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, it all depends. Like, if it's just them, like giving their account, yeah, it's fine. I mean, anecdotal accounts are fine. If it's you giving your own story of your position of why you believe something or whatever. But if it's like a conversation, like a debate or whatever, or it's a conversation about the validity of some aspect of our world, right? And then there's simple rule: if you're gonna bring in your personal revelation, something that you can't provide documentation or evidence for or anything like that, then that means, and I'm supposed to accept it, that means that any anecdotal response that I give you has to be accepted with the same volition, so it has to be given the same weight. So at that point, now we're just going off of what the other person's saying. So if it's just if you're just telling your story, that's fine, that's cool. But if you're trying to find like the truth or the validity or the actual nature of something, a point of discussion, then anecdotal experiences don't mean anything, because the human brain is the most easily fooled thing that we can find. It's so easy. I mean, every day you probably see 10 optical illusions, right? So if your eyes are that easily fooled now, and we understand that optical illusion exists and how to set it up, how did that work 5,000, 10,000 years ago?
You reminded me of something when you were explaining that. And maybe people have seen this. There was an awesome interaction recently. As a matter of fact, I think you might have mentioned that you watched this. Somebody mentioned they had watched it in one of our live streams, but between Atheist Pastor and Darth Dawkins, where Atheist Pastor just turned it right, the same argument on Darth, where he was saying, and I forget what he used, but he said something about the ultimate eternal fairies or something. It wasn't fairies, but it was some imaginary thing, and he was using all the same terminology as Darth, as far as, well, you can't have any intelligibility or it's the ultimate, whatever. He was just like turning it back on him, but not saying God. He was saying some other thing, like whether it was the magic unicorn or whatever it was. Hey, Otangelo, so I see you posted something in the live chat and in the private chat, and that's either a book or a paper. It's called The Absurdity of Non-Belief. Is that what it's called?
Yes, it is interesting that Lisa brought up that the creation is not obvious as a revelation of God, and that book, and precisely what I did post at my Facebook timeline today, contradicts exactly that. And I can quote, the universe, according to Calvin, is a mirror in which we are to behold God. Calvin said, man cannot open their eyes without being compelled to see him. He went on to state, wherever you cast your eyes, there is no spot in the universe wherein you cannot discern at least some sparks of his glory. For this reason, John Murray, professor of theology at Princeton and Westminster, affirmed it was of his sovereign will that God created the universe and made us men in his image. But since creation is the product of his... I'm finishing.
Okay.
But since creation is the product of his will and power, the imprint of his glory is necessarily impressed upon his handiwork. And since we are created in his image, we cannot but be confronted with the display of that glory.
Well, so, and you do realize after reading that, very well written, kudos to whoever wrote it, but you do realize that that's not proof of anything, that everything you just read is just merely a claim.
Yes, I mean, we are not ever talking about proofs in the absolute sense, John, because we cannot prove neither that there is a God nor that.
Right, and I'm not. But that wasn't. But what? Okay, and we'll say, okay, I grant your premise, and I agree with it. But except for the fact that God could be proven in an absolute sense, because God could reveal Himself to everybody, and prove through His powers that it's really God. But you're right; it is unfalsifiable to prove that no God exists. But what I'm saying is that everything you just read, not even in reference to absolute proof, it's proof of nothing. I mean, it's all it is it's a claim. It's somebody. It's actually what I say about what natural revelation is. It's all it boils down to is that meme. Look at the trees. That's all natural revelation is. It's there is stuff, therefore God. And that's what you just read boils down to that. There is stuff, therefore God. That's not probative of anything. That's not indicative of anything. It's just a bald claim with nothing more to it but being a claim.
It actually is quite the contrary, John. While I am very used to make arguments which start with the premise, which is natural theology, which is what we see in the natural world, and then I try to make logical inferences to the existence of God or the requirement for a creator.
What is
to make
natural?
all these
What is
things.
natural theology? Hold on. What's natural theology?
It is inferring God through creation, basically.
Okay, and so what's an inference?
An inference is like a syllogism, which I like to make, where you start with the premise, which is the evidence, and then based on the evidence, you make a logical inference where you conclude that a creator is the best explanation of the evidence.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: are all inferences correct? Is it possible to have an inaccurate inference?
With inference, I would say that all my syllogisms, they are based on
No, I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just saying in general. Like, remember the thing I brought up here like 10 minutes ago, when I said I read a comment of yours in the live chat and thought it was about something else that we were talking about, and I went off on you. Hold on, and I went off on you. So I read your comment and I inferred the wrong thing from it. And then you had to come in the room and you explained to me what you were really talking about, and I apologized to you, and we went off from there. So that's the point I'm making. Not that you're necessarily wrong or that you infer things incorrectly all the time. I'm just asking you, basically, is it possible to infer something and have that inference be wrong?
It depends. There are very different kinds of inference. There is deductive inference. There is abductive inference. If you use deductive inference,
but hold on. You do this every time, man. I'm basically asking you a dichotomous question: yes or no? Okay. Is it possible to get an inference wrong? Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay. Okay. Now, I wanted to reply to that point which you said. The arguments usually by theists go, here is the evidence, and from that follows an inference which points to God. But what I actually wrote is the contrary, that actually we don't even need to make inferences, but that God's creation is so obvious to us that we can basically either just surrender to that fact and recognize his glory, or we can deny it.
Yeah, I mean, why isn't that just preaching what you're doing right now? You're just preaching at us, aren't you?
No, I am just explaining what I actually wrote in that sentence, which I read in that book.
Okay.
Well, I hate to tell you this, Angelo, but if the universe is proof of God, then he is a half-assed God at best, and he really doesn't care at worst, because of everywhere in the universe so far that we know, only this planet is conducive to life, at least life as we know it. And of this planet, we can only live on about, about 10% of it, because a lot of it is uninhabitable. So why would it be obvious that God, who supposedly favors man, has made it such that the universe is very unfavorable to life?
Okay, the question should be, why is the universe actually life permitting at all rather than not?
No. Don't change the question. Don't change the question.
Yeah, you said it was obvious, and
wait, hold on.
Somebody in the live chat asked too, like, why is it so obvious? Okay, but go ahead, Puff.
Yeah. okay, so here's the problem that you just created for yourself right there, right? Which was that why is the universe life permitting at all? Well, then that presents a problem, right? Because we know that the same situation, because of this, just due to the sheer odds, right? The same situation we find ourselves on this planet exists at least once, if not umpteen times, elsewhere in our universe, right?
How do you know that?
How
do you know that?
Because we know that the conditions for our solar system exist elsewhere. There are analogs to our solar system elsewhere in the universe. In our galaxy, we found analogs to our sun, twins to our sun. We can trace them back to the same cluster. We have done this to such an extent that we know that there's other planets. We just have to find the one that's close enough that we can actually communicate with, that's the thing that people don't realize. It's not, can we find one that matches what Earth can do? Well, we got very close. We've gotten some very, very good Earth analogs already, but none of them are anywhere close to where we can communicate or see if there's any kind of life on there yet or anything like that. But we know that here on the planet Earth, as soon as it was possible for anything to live on this planet, life began. We know that every time that life was attempted to be snuffed out, immediately another form took its place. This is something we know.
Okay,
So
you
you have
just
created
put,
an even bigger problem for yourself because the sheer size of the universe now makes it even more ridiculous of a claim, right? That it's amazing that it can even support life at all. No, it's just an emergent property of the situation that we find ourselves in. It's a puddle in a crater theory, right? Yes, this crater fits me exactly, right? But that's because that's where we find ourselves.
Hey, real
Okay.
quick, I need to jump in before you answer. James H. I mean, I sent you a message in the private chat. I don't know if you're still listening to the stream, but I can't bring you in here because you're in the backstage area, but it says your devices are not connected. So something, I don't know whether you need to go back to the previous screen and give StreamYard permission to access your mic and your camera or what the deal is. But that's the message I'm getting on my end is devices not connected. So it's not allowing me to put you on the screen.
Okay, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Altan.
Yeah.
Okay, I did put a link in the private and public chat, and I will read here. The data demonstrate that's a science paper which I'm linking to. The data demonstrates that the probability of finding even one planet with the capacity to support extraterrestrial intelligence falls short of 1 chance in 10 to the 122nd power. And if you know that there is about 10 to the 80 atoms in the universe, then that is a still far greater number. So the odds and the probability is extremely, extremely small. And it is safe to say that we can consider that we are the only planet hosting life in the universe.
Would you care to share with the audience how
old
is that paper? How old was that paper?
The paper is not old. Just a moment.
Yes, it is.
The paper is not so old. Just a moment. It is from 2016.
2016.
Yeah,
yes. And how many
here.
more planets have we discovered since that time? I'm going to give you a guess. It's in the order of thousands.
Well, do you know what the conditions must be in order to host life?
Can you hear me?
We know what the conditions are for our life. And I will give you, I can
put another link here.
U.S. yet still snowbound Sokka, I will give 180 seconds to go ahead and explain to you why we know that the conditions that would be necessary for our life to arise do exist elsewhere and can exist elsewhere. And I'll go ahead and pass the mic to him now. Go ahead. You know who you are.
Huh?
Leo, you be quiet now, but elsewhere you want to use a million words. Like use all the words in the dictionary.
I was waiting for my turn.
That was your turn.
Oh,
he just
so
threw it to you.
a quick question for Otangelo. Did life originate and evolve naturally or by God's supernatural power?
I believe that God created life, all life forms.
So it did not happen naturally.
Correct.
God did it. Okay. So then if God put life in the universe, then life is not dependent on the way that the universe functions. So it's not fine-tuned. Because how many universes does God have? We don't know. God could have this one. He could have many more. He can't say it's only this one. He could have put us in any universe he created. I mean, he's omnipotent. And if he puts us in and we don't depend on the natural laws of that reality to develop, then it doesn't matter what the natural laws are. God could put us in any reality. So how could the universe be finely tuned? That presupposes that life requires the way that the universe is structured and the way that it functions to develop. But if we're not the result of the universe, we're the result of God putting us in the universe, then it doesn't matter what those laws are. It doesn't matter how it works. God's omnipotent. He can just put us in any universe.
Is it kind of? Is that kind of like how if I was making like say like a cheap video game, I don't make a video game to fit the sprite I built. I build the sprite to fit the video game.
Exactly. It can design numerous different video games, numerous different characters. There's video games with magic, but magic isn't actually a real thing. I mean, it doesn't depend on the way that the rules of the game run. It just.
Well, that is a very common misconception, thinking that the omnipotence of God permits him to do anything that he wants, even illogical things or things which are physically not possible.
I didn't say he could do everything.
And of course he cannot.
So this is just a straw man.
And of course he cannot. And of course, can I finish? Can I finish? And of course, he cannot make a square circle.
Straw man.
Wow.
I never said what you claimed that I said.
Can I finish?
Go ahead. No. I'm. Go ahead. I will let you finish. But like you said, you're actually strawmanning something he didn't say at all. But go ahead.
Well, that's how I see it. God cannot make a square circle, and he cannot make impossible things.
That's based on math. Math is from God, isn't it?
Well, God cannot do impossible things. And if the universe is fine-tuned and the earth is fine-tuned to permit life, and in other ways it is not possible, then that's how it works.
Well,
but I can make a square out of a circle.
What determines what's possible and impossible? How did we determine that as humans?
And the Bible
could it be that it's only what can happen in reality? And if that's what defines what is possible and impossible, which it is, it's just what reality can and cannot do, what's capable of being done in this reality. And God created this reality and gave it all of its rules. Then couldn't he have just given it any rules? It's only logical because it's in this universe. Just like the games of World of Warcraft are going to be different from the game of Halo. The rules are going to be different because they're two different games, but they still both
wait a second. Leo, are you saying that people don't invent things and then go looking for problems that invention can solve?
Wait, what?
People don't just invent things. They don't just build random things and then go looking for things problems that thing can solve. You mean that they actually have a problem and then they build something?
What he's saying is they see the problem, then they figure out a way to make something.
They don't just build it and then they go, you know what? I'm going to find a problem for this to solve. Because that seems like the way that the Bible puts it out there. It's like he made humans and he was like, I'm going to find the universe to put this guy in.
Hey, never again. I just want to say, yes, you did hear Otangelo correctly. He said God cannot do impossible things. He honestly said that the guy who made a man out of dirt and a woman out of that man's rib, the guy who flooded the earth completely,
and left no physical trace of it,
and left no physical trace of it, that being can't do impossible things. So I'm not sure what.
Hey, you know what?
And his infallible book says all things are possible with God. So I have no fucking idea where he's coming from with that.
And we know, look, according to the Bible, you can go through creationists. You can go from the continent of Rhodesia to the current land masses we have now without melting the planet in the short time frame that was given. So we'll figure that out later. No, it's only been 5,000 years, guys. So
Hey, Sunflower, why don't you bring your salt in here, you little fucking keyboard warrior bitch?
come and get a piece of this crackhead.
Yeah, come
Poke-
get some of the,
shit.
come get some of the Pokemon crackhead.
Oh, I see. I did not know that Puff was being sarcastic with that comment because I have Asperger's and I can't always pick up on things like that. Unfortunately,
Well,
that went clean over my fucking head.
yeah. I'm
So you
probably
finally
somewhere-
got
I
it?
think I'm somewhere.
Yeah. Well, no,
It came back around the
read
block
Sunflower's-
and-
I read Sunflower's comment.
It came back around the block. Parked
So
in front of
somebody
the
else
house,
had to tell
waiting
me it
for
was
him to come out.
sarcasm. I didn't figure it out on my own. We all have those moments, though. Some
Yeah,
more often than others.
Yep, for sure. So, Otangelo, have you ever had personal revelation from God?
Personal revelation. No.
But you think natural revelation is a thing? What about special revelation? Have you ever felt like you were given a revelatory message from God while reading the Bible?
Ever had a prayer you
Yes,
felt like
yes, several times, and I've seen many times God actually answering my prayers. So
That's special revelation.
yeah.
So what when you were reading the Bible and felt like you were getting a revelation from God, describe that experience to us. What did it feel like? What were you thinking?
Well, I as every one of us passed through some difficulties, and then I went to a church service, and then I felt like God was talking to me. So, and that gave me encouraged to go through the situation.
Okay. What you just like? What were you feeling though when that you felt like God was talking to you, and like what was going on in your head at the time?
Well, it feels like the words which you are listening are precisely for your situation and give you strength to go through that situation.
Huh. You know, somebody in the chat wanted me to ask you, or let me find this again. Where's this? So somebody wants to know what you, Otangelo, know about casting out demons.
Well, I have presenced this, so I have first. I've seen that happening in front of my eyes. So, do you want me to
What was the
tell
name of the
exactly
demon?
I don't remember that. It's some time ago.
I think something like that would really stick in your memory.
Hey,
I mean, if it's anything
Otangelo,
like,
wait a
The
second.
Conjuring or The Nun portray it.
You
which
did
I
it by
think
you did
those
you,
are
you were
pretty
there by
accurate.
you did it by yourself because last time I was present at one, I had to roll in with King Solomon, because he was experienced. He had experience before he wrote all those proverbs. He was kicking mad demon and jinn ass. So I just brought him to the party. He told me to cast double earth and 2 ice cards, and we were in there like swimwear.
So
Well-
anyway, go on, Otangelo. Finish up what you were saying about the because we want to hear about this.
Well, I think that I've brought it up once as an argument why the name of Jesus has power, and what I've seen actually is that person, which was at an evangelism campaign in a city here in Brazil where I live, where there is much African cults being performed, and people they are African religion adepts, and they have that's called Umbanda and Candomblé. And it's normal that they are possessed by spirits and they manifest these spirits. And that woman in particular, she was consecrated to a specific demon when she was 7 years old by her family. And during all her life, she had problems with that and got possessed when she didn't want to be possessed and so forth. And she went to that evangelism campaign. And then the pastor asked people which had that kind of problems to go to the tent, and she went there. I was there with pastors, and then one pastor prayed, and she started to incorporate, and she fell then asleep. And when she woke up, then she felt that she was freed from that demon, and then she told her story and said that she was going through that problem during her entire life, and the pastor, he casted out that demon in the name of Jesus.
And then so after she told her story and the demon was cast out, is that when they passed the basket around?
No, that guy who makes these evangelism campaigns, he pays the evangelism. He is a successful businessman, and he pays all the expenses of that campaign from his own pocket.
I can't even believe I didn't even get a chuckle out of anybody with that. I can't even.
No, it sounds like a seeding party for like a pyramid scheme to me. But my thing is, what you described sounds.
Wait, hold on. You're telling me that he just told us that he went to some place and paid?
Leo, Puff was in the middle of a sentence, dude, and you jumped right over top.
It's all right. I figured there's a little bit of a gap, but yeah. So what that reminds me of is with the Haitians. The Haitians also believe that people can be possessed. Certain people are subject to possession, and that they can be possessed their whole life, and demons can take possession of their body. And this is just an armchair diagnosis, but when they did examine it and they did go down and actually study this, they quickly determined that this is people with mental illness. These people exhibited mental illness their entire lives. And just like we've seen before, you go in and out of mental illness. It gets better, it gets worse at times, dude. And sometimes you're lucid, sometimes you're not. And that's what they showed it to be. And it seems like she had a similar experience here, that she had mental illness her whole life, that she may have had maybe some brain damage, but it sounds like she had mental illness.
I also find it interesting that he said that he mentioned Africa, that the demons came from some African religion or something. Like, I don't get that.
I just said that she was adept of an African religion. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Tangelo, you do know that exorcism is as old as religion itself, that it did not start with Christianity or even Judaism. It is as old as religion itself.
Yeah, I give you that. And I think that it is not a good argument, because supposedly there are
an argument. Why did you use it as an argument when you just?
Well, I was asked.
Well, no, he didn't use it as an argument. I asked him about it, Lisa.
Exactly.
Somebody in the chat asked about it.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is, nobody can. It's anecdotal, right? So
yes,
nobody can prove that anything like that happened, right? And it's just it just smacks of like vaudeville-esque showism, right? So like it makes me think of like the early 1900s in America, where they were doing the same type of stuff, right? They were going around and they were using tricks that were not well known at the time to fool masses of people, right? And at first people believed it, and then when people started to more and more learn about the tricks, they're like, this is very entertaining. And then when the tricks didn't evolve, they're like, this is very boring. But to me, it sounds like there was some trickery, a little bit of trickery going on there.
Well, I can tell you a story which I think is quite amazing. That the grandfather of my wife, he was.
Wait a second, Antangelo, can I say that from the American perspective, this sounds like my uncle's cousin? Like, we have a joke about this, right? Like, your uncle's cousin has like the fastest car. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is anecdotalism, right? So like, this doesn't speak to anything that can convince or sway minds. Like, this doesn't. I'm sorry.
Maybe this will make you understand. So what Puff is saying is, you may as well have started that story with what had happened was, so.
This guy told me that his friend bought a Camaro. To me, that's hearsay. You know what I mean?
So
it's what? Cangelo has some help now.
Sorry, go ahead and let Lisa talk. I keep cutting her off.
That's okay. I just want to apologize to Tangelo my attention's been kind of divided. My dad's been having a bad day today, so I'm do uh
Who the fuck's
dividing my
playing
attention
solitaire?
between.
That's okay. It's okay. No problem.
Okay, Tangela, I think you're a good guy. I really do. I just think you've gotten involved in all this nonsense, and but I do apologize.
No, you're all right. Yeah, you must have been AFK when I asked him the question. Somebody in the chat had asked the question, and it's so funny that they had to have me ask the question because, to be honest, that to you, Tangelo, that question came from somebody you blocked on YouTube, which I don't even understand why you blocked that person. They're like one of the most reasonable persons that comes around.
Yeah, Brian Stevens says that I don't get, and I understand, I don't get it, right? Otangelo's grandfather's son's child does think it's a good argument, but
Well, I didn't finish. I
my
stopped to
uncle's
I stopped
wife's
to tell my
brother-in-law
narrative.
doesn't.
I stopped to tell my narrative. I was blocked. Someone else wanted to have the microphone. So
Oh no.
I got a
We
brief
were talking about in
clarifying
the
question,
chat.
if I may.
In the chat, though, it seems like
yeah,
what we're riffing on right here is that for a while it seems like you have Brian Stevens in the chat blocked, which doesn't make any kind of sense. He's like the nicest guy. He might riff and stuff with you, but it doesn't make sense because he was trying to have a conversation with you last time they were streaming earlier today, and it seemed like you weren't getting any of his messages. So that's what we were talking about. But anyway. That's all I was saying. I'll let you go ahead and say your thing that you're going to say, and then, of course, CJ, get the mic after that.
I mean, there are unexplained phenomena really going on, and also in the spiritual realm. And as I was starting to say that my wife's grandfather, he was a leader of, here in Brazil, there is a Espiritismo, that is a religion which has much involvement with spirits. And he was a spiritual leader, and he had full knowledge of things. And my wife and my wife's mother, she told many stories about really incredible things that he was foreseeing. And he was a consultant even of the president of Brazil back then. And he had full knowledge of when an airplane would fall down, and things that he foresaw really happened. So you have to ask yourself, how is that possible? I mean, I don't have any explanation for this, of course, but it is another evidence.
I can explain it in one short sentence. He was bullshitting you, and he was bullshitting everyone else.
I mean, and I'm sure that somebody had to have told you this before, Otangelo. I mean, you're in a lot of rooms and talk to a lot of people. What you just did was you made an argument from incredulity. And you mentioned earlier, unexplained phenomena. Just because something is unexplained, I mean, it just seems like people like you, when you see something that's unexplained, you're just so readily willing to say, I don't know why that happened. It must be God. So
Well, and look at thunder. Thunder, at one time, nobody knew what thunder came from. So they're like, Thor, there's a god of thunder who's Thor, and and also Zeus, because Zeus threw thunderbolts too. So I mean, now that we have an explanation for thunder, we don't need Zeus, we don't need Thor, and we don't need your god. So as scientific knowledge becomes more and more and more, the God of the gaps, which is exactly what it is, gets less and less and less. Now, are we ever going to have explanations for everything? Probably not. But that does not mean that you can say, oh, we don't know, therefore God. Because way back when, they didn't know where thunder came from, so they said, oh, it must be the god Thor. It must be the god Zeus. Except now we know where thunder comes from, and we don't believe that anymore. So So what's going to happen in the next 100 years that we're going to find out that, oh, we don't need God for that anymore.
Lisa, this is one of the most boring arguments which I hear basically all the time.
Yes, your argument is very boring, Otangelo. It is. It's like I'm almost falling asleep here. It is so boring.
Okay, I will give you 17 points which are not based on gaps. Okay, we know the universe.
No.
You're about to read off the list of things that haven't been explained, and then you're just going to say it's God.
Pause. I'm going to pass the mic to CJ now. I'm pulling the Sokka rule. You've talked too long. Moving on. CJ, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I guess so. First off, I wanted to ask a clarifying question. Because for a minute there, I was not actually in the live chat anymore. Is the subject like things that are miraculous or revelation?
Well, I brought up revelation and what probative value that has in discussions, which I say 0.
And we're not talking about the book of Revelation.
But it kind of migrated from there to because somebody in the chat had asked Otangelo about demons, people being possessed by demons, and But yeah, if you want to go back to the Revelation discussion, certainly please do.
Well, I guess because it was an interesting question when you had asked it. I quite, enjoy that topic because I do think that too often it's something that people would come to with a yes or a no answer, I think. And to give sort of an example that's a little bit more physical, I guess. I could say, if you look at something like cryptozoology, which, by the way, I'm talking about serious, like people like Dr. Meldrum, not people like Monster Quest, right? Serious cryptozoology, people who are actually looking for these creatures which may or may not exist, right? It would be
even like Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster and stuff like that.
That's certain examples. There's also examples, just so you know, the cryptozoologists have actually found living creatures before. Like the okapi is a very famous example. You could count the coelacanth, although technically, even though cryptozoologists suspected the coelacanth still existed, they didn't actually find it. People who were doing completely unrelated things did. But the point being that, like, it's just the idea that these creatures that may or may not exist, like looking for them and studying them and seeing whether or not they do or do not exist, right? And obviously you're going to have sensationalist ones who are, the Loch Ness Monster, right? And you're going to have ones who are very serious, like Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum, who is, actually looking from an anthropological perspective. Is it possible that Bigfoot is a real ape that lives in, Canada or something like that? And I think he personally has probably come to the conclusion that the answer is no at this point, but I digress. When you have a subject like that, right, you can't just discount all of the personal experiences, which would be analogous to revelations, right? In other words, if somebody saw something, that is important, right? You do need to note that, and especially if the same exact thing is seen in unrelated places at unrelated times, right? That is certainly important, but it doesn't actually prove necessarily the point at the same time, right? You do need further evidence than just a collection of people saw something. But then you get into a situation that is historical. So let's just, to keep the analogy, let's say hypothetically speaking that Bigfoot did exist, past tense, at one point in time, right? And let's say there was a bunch of legends from Native Americans or just people who were around the area, Washington, Canada, so on and so forth, right? And they spoke of this creature, but we hadn't necessarily found any remains of this creature as of that point in time. But they spoke of it the same way they spoke of bison and the same way they spoke of wolves and other animals that existed, and not the same way they would speak of these mythological things like thunderbirds or whatever, right? Well, that's the only evidence you have, and it is pretty decent evidence, right? At least something is being described here. Maybe it's not exactly what this tribe or these tribes thought it was, but certainly there's a creature which they believed existed, which these different groups of people seem to describe in the same way, right? And I think Revelation is similar in that. It would be easier to prove in something like today, right? If there's like a mass seeing of Jesus that 500 people saw, perhaps somebody could take a picture of that or something along those lines. But when you're talking about things historically, I don't think it's possible to just discount that sort of a thing out of hand. I think you have to take it with at least some level of seriousness.
I think that depends on the thing that's said to be done. If somebody comes up to me and tells me they rode the back of a dragon, I don't think there's any way I would ever believe that.
Well, that is a fair point. But now let me ask you, let's keep that hypothetical. And let's say that me and John and Otangelo and Lisa all came together and said, dude, I just saw Puff riding a flying dragon. And none of us had talked to each other beforehand. And right, we were doing this from completely different areas. And you had been there, but you just maybe had missed the situation. Maybe you're inside or something along those lines, right? You got to admit that gives a little bit more credibility to that than if I just walked up to you and said, hey, man, I rode a dragon one day.
I would still say no because dragons aren't real.
And this is the day and age we're in, right? Currently, this is the current day argument, right? So I'd be like, just show me the beautiful beacon footage.
And I understand the analogy with cryptozoology because I have heard of it. And it is legitimate, but what?
No, I was repeating what Puff said. He referred to a commercial from some baked bean company.
Oh. But the thing with like exorcism in that is, in order for that to be true, literally magic would have to be real. Cryptozoology doesn't require the actual cryptozoology doesn't require magic. It's just there's creatures that are very, very well documented, and we're looking to see if maybe these might be real. To me that's what science is. But when it comes to like an exorcism or certain types of these more advanced miracles happening, those require things that we already know are physically impossible because they require violations of the laws of physics, which by definition
I want to address what Leo just said. I minored in anthropology, and I'm actually like 6 credits away from a BA in anthropology. And when you're talking about culturally, exorcism does help. We're not talking scientific. We're not talking about, okay, is this real in the sense of objectively real? But culturally, people believe this stuff. And
I know that. I'm not arguing against that.
And when people really believe this stuff, they can get to the point where they really, really, really believe that they are possessed. And when that happens, then an exorcist comes, and I'm not saying Catholics, this happens in all religions, so then an exorcist comes, and he gets rid of the demon, or what is called a demon, which is just a cultural belief. So then the cultural belief comes in, and the cultural belief is, okay, now I'm healed. So then the person goes back to acting like he or she did before because they believe that they are now exorcised. So belief has a lot to do with it. Yes, there is the reality.
It's like it's a placebo.
That's what I was getting ready to say. That's what placebos are, is that you believe that you've been cured. It's all a psychological thing.
So, but
my point was that for exorcism to be actually concretely real, that requires things that are physically impossible, i.e. magic, i.e. violations of the laws of physics.
And I want to get back to CJ, though, because I think he had a broader point he was trying to get to because he said he wanted to talk about Revelation, and I get the point you made, but that really doesn't say anything about whether revelation, claims of revelation from God should be an acceptable tactic when you're having a discussion with a non-believer, because I don't think it's just like, when you had your debate with Knock, and or maybe not in debate with Knock, but I've seen you have debates with other people where you quoted the Bible last time, but you had to do that because you guys were talking about a specific book and chapter in the Bible. But like when you're having a general discussion or debate with somebody about, the validity of Christianity or the validity of believing in God, and then you start quoting the Bible, I mean, I just don't see how that's probative when you're having a discussion with a non-believer. Same thing with Revelation. I mean, like when I got to talk to Darth Dawkins last week, and he said that he based his belief on natural and special revelation, I said right off the bat, well, and we've said it here tonight, natural revelation is not a thing. I mean, the universe exists, but that doesn't mean, you know, the universe is here, so that means God.
Why not?
That's nonsense.
Why
So,
not?
there's
The
a couple
question
things
is
I think-
why. Demonstrate that there's validity to that claim. Otherwise, it remains a baseless claim.
You know what the ultimate
There's a
defeater of that
hypothesis
claim
like
is?
a
Wait,
natural.
hold on,
Not a
Angela, wait a
hypothesis.
second.
Hold on, guys. I was trying to throw it to CJ, but Puff, go ahead and then CJ.
Here's the ultimate defeater of that claim, right? Oh, that the universe is made in such a way that's specifically best for us, right? Well, that's because we're making the rules, right? Why do we say that we're the most highly evolved animal on the planet? Because we make the rules. If the rules were who's got the who lives the longest, right? The most highly evolved would be a bristlecone pine tree, right? If it was, you know, just a number of different things, right? Who can what's the largest animal? Who can grow the biggest, right? It'd be the sperm whale, right? Like it's all who gets to make the rules, and we made the rules that, oh, this is what the definition is. But what if what if it was a universe created specifically and perfectly for cornflakes to exist?
Actually, the argument can be made that the universe was made specifically for black holes to exist.
Or stars. Or galaxies. Things that
Well,
exist.
to be fair, this is a little tongue in cheek, but the design argument would quite literally say that the universe was designed so that everything that it was designed for could exist, like down to the last molecule. You know, and obviously I say that a little tongue in cheek because that's to an extent not something that, you know, it's an assumption I make. I get that, but just so you guys know, right? Like, I do believe that every little thing, and most Christians would agree with this, at least most Christians who are thinking about it, that every little thing in the design is designed, right? There's a reason for it. So that's not really a defeater per se.
The designer is really,
But then why would you design?
really bad.
I mean, the question I think comes down into how are you inferring which things are designed as opposed to which things aren't?
Okay, so
That's a
God
good question.
designed COVID. So he's a fucking idiot.
And let's not go that far. I mean, I think the original question of if we both look at something, like if we're both in a forest or if we're both, you know, encountering something new for the first time and we're trying to ascertain the likely origin of something, whether or not that something has been designed or if that's something that's not an artifact of human invention, what methodology are we using in order to try and categorize between, you know, something that might be designed or something that's not designed?
Yeah,
Well, I
I
mean,
put just
to
a
be
link
fair, I
to the
wouldn't-
private chat immutable. You can look it up. I'm answering that question.
Well, and I wouldn't go too deep into it, namely because I just wanted to address rather John's point. But I guess I would just kind of reiterate from at least the Abrahamic theistic perspective. I'm sure there's other theistic perspectives that are different. Everything is designed, like all of it. It's like the way people kind of get this misinterpretation of the Abrahamic faiths, where it's like this dualistic Zoroastrian idea, right? Where there's like the good God and the bad God and all that sort of stuff. That's not the way that any of the Abrahamic faiths describe God. It's more like an author. Like every little detail is created by him. This is why predestination is such a big argument amongst so many different circles, is because logically a lot of people think that would mean free will is not possible. I'm not one of those people, but that's what a lot of people think. If he's like a literal author, well, a literal author dictates the actions of his characters, right? Just to reiterate, right, that's not something that I don't know a single, at least learned Christian who would deny that. It's everything. There is no not designed things in the universe.
Well, okay, fine. I mean, but again, though, like you were saying, design is something that's a claim. It's something that you hold to. I'm asking more so, how are you ascertaining what things are designed and what's not? Like when you're looking at something, how are you inferring the fact that this thing is designed as opposed to just simply occurring naturally?
I have answered that question many times in Special at Speed's channel, Immutable, and if you want, we can.
Right, I'm
have
entertaining Synagogue right now, not you.
Okay.
I'm more interested in his particular claim. I mean, but
Okay.
that conversation with you would occupy a little.
Well, to be fair, like I said, I would want to like more stick to the subject of the revelation. And by the way, I'm not trying to. I understand that kind of seems like a little bit of skip to an extent, but this is now like the third or fourth time that this is sort of delved away from the original point that I tried to ask.
And just real quick too, I would say, just to kind of steelman CJ's previous, argument, that the question you just asked, Immutable, and not that it was a valid answer, I don't consider it so, but it was it was answered before it was asked, because he's saying that every component of the universe and any of the constituent components that make up any things in the universe are all designed. That's his claim.
I don't think that was what Immutable was asking. I think he's asking, how would you infer?
He's asking, how do you? I know. He asked, how do you discern? Hold on. He said, how do you discern between something that was designed and something that just naturally occurred? And CJ is claiming that nothing naturally occurred, that everything literally was designed by God.
I don't think that that's what Immutable's question was. He's asking.
That was what Immutable's question was.
I don't think it was. If I could say,
well, let's let Immutable clarify his question.
I want to try to steelman Immutable to see if I understand it correctly. Is that he's asking, okay, so you're saying everything is designed. How do you infer what is designed from what is not to make that claim to begin with?
Right, exactly. That's what I just got done saying. And the thing is that that question has been answered already.
No, it hasn't.
Because yes, it has. CJ said that he considers everything in the universe to have been designed.
Yes.
So there is no discerning between what is designed and how do you recognize.
You can't determine that everything is designed if you don't know what is a design from what is not a design.
Oh my God. Anyway, CJ, go on with what you were talking about.
Well, and just to briefly say, I would say too, Leo, that I do think you have to get a little bit more specific than a general argument from design, precisely because of what. And it's not that John actually is completely getting my point, but I think the thing that is sort of lost in the point is that it makes it to where there is a little bit of, I guess, difficulty in ascertaining that exact question, right? So like. And again, I don't want to get into too much details because I really do want to get into the revelation thing, but there are certain things which would suggest to me that there would be like a logical necessity for a God, right? Like, so just as an example off the top of my head, I think that morality, if it exists in an objective sense, then morals are almost by definition legal declarations, and the laws and declarations and morality and things of that nature are neither understood nor given by anything that is not personal. Therefore, it must be personal. That's just a quick sort of point that I would, kind of have. But notice that's not necessarily the argument from design per se, right? It's getting a little bit more specific than that. So I fully recognize why my answer might be a little bit, as far as the design thing might be a little bit, I guess irritating because it's super presuppositional. I'll totally grant that. But it's precisely because of that I wouldn't necessarily go that route if me and you were, for example, discussing such a thing. But more to the kind of general revelation point, because I understand why you would discount out of hand the Bible, but I don't think it's not something that is honest to do, if I'm being frank. And I don't mean that in the sense that you guys are maliciously being dishonest. I think a lot of times, a lot of us, all of us on all sides, do kind of forget the fact that having an agenda is just a human thing, and you don't necessarily need to actively push your agenda. You kind of just do it as a result of having it because you're a person, right? You're always going to understand things through your lens. You're always going to have your own personal presuppositions. Some of them you recognize, some of them you don't. It's just the way that life is, right? When it comes to the Bible is not a book. The Bible is 27 in the case of the New Testament and 39 in the case of the Old Testament. Individual books, and each of them provides an individual witness, sometimes claiming to the self-same events, sometimes not. So if you totally discount each of those individual texts, right, that to me would be almost the same as saying like, oh, well, the Egyptian texts, all of them do reference the self-same gods, and therefore we can just reject them out of hand. When we know that's really not the case. There's a lot of actually really important historical, cultural, etc. details that you can glean from the written records on the different temples in Egypt, right? Likewise, at least from, if I were an atheist, that's the way that I would examine the Bible. And one of the reasons I'm not an atheist is because I do think that does, lead to certain questions that don't seem to have a good answer to me. Like, for example, if if there's no great grand conspiracy where everybody comes together and, and I'm obviously being facetious, so don't think this is literally what I'm saying you guys are doing when you make these arguments, right? But if they're all coming together in a great cabal and sacrificing a goat to this made up deity so that they all get rich and famous and get tons of women, right? Well, then there should be evidence of that. And if that's not the case,
well, no,
then
I
how
think
is
anybody's
it
making a claim. You're kind of hold on. Slow your roll before we get too far down the rabbit hole. That last statement was just a complete straw man. Nobody's making that claim. And I don't think any atheist is claiming that there is zero truth in the Bible. There's definitely historical facts in the Bible that can be proven to be true. But when I say that the Bible is not like a legitimate argument to quote the Bible when you're having a theistic discussion with a non-believer, what I'm saying, what I'm referring to is like the crazier, I'm sorry for that word, the more supernatural claims in the Bible.
The magic.
Like
right.
Jesus rising from the dead, what all the other ones that, that the earth was flooded, that God, created man from a pile of dirt. Stuff like that.
Right. So I totally get what you're saying. And there is I purposefully straw man the point, because my point is actually, if that's not the case, right, if this isn't some backrooms Kabbalistic sort of thing, and it actually is natural, right, because there are certain claims which atheists do make and other non-believers as well, right, which you have to believe the person is lying. You can't say this is, right, like, for example, if Guy wrote down the book of Matthew and was not Matthew and said, this is the book according to Matthew, he's a liar. There's just no other way to put that, right? That's the way it is. So, and if that is not the case, there starts to become some very interesting questions. Like, why is it that so many different independent sources seem to have claimed to see a physical resurrected Jesus? Why is it, for example, that Paul in the Corinthian letters can reference as if he's actually speaking to them, which a lot of people have suggested he probably is. They're probably amongst the Corinthian church, right? These people, these 500, the 12, etc., who have actually claimed to have seen this physical resurrection of Jesus. And when you start getting to people who do actually try to answer that question from a non-believing perspective, it always comes up with something that's just kind of ridiculous. Right, like the massive
hold on, Lisa. You just said though that somebody referenced the 500 people that saw Jesus resurrected. Okay, there's no contemporaneous writings from those 500 people. It's only people who claim that 500 people saw Jesus resurrected. Show me one scripture where one of those 500 people, or even any other writing, extra biblical writing, that shows any of those 500 people writing about that they saw Jesus resurrected. It's only been people referring to it.
Right, but that's not actually properly dealing with the point, though, because if he's writing this to the people, and from the context, it seems that you can ascertain the people are either there or very well known, then it is reasonable to expect that people would be calling Paul out for this if he was so blatantly lying. And by the way, that's not words that I quote. That's things that people like Bart Ehrman and et cetera have argued, right? That it's very unreasonable for us to believe that Paul is just outright fabricating this story at the moment, because the context just doesn't allow for such a thing to occur, right? Now, there could be another explanation. I'm not necessarily saying that proves my point, but you have to deal with that honestly and not just say, well, we can't count Corinthians because it's scripture. That's just not right. You understand why I would consider that to be dishonest.
Well, wait a minute. He could, I didn't say he was fabricating it. Okay, he could have truly believed it himself, but he didn't witness it himself. He's believing what he heard from other people. That's all that his account is. He didn't witness it himself.
And why is that not reliable, John?
Well, what do you mean? Why is that not reliable?
Well, he heard it from other people, and why is that automatically not reliable? That's what he hears.
Because you can't corroborate or substantiate it.
Why is hearsay not allowed in court?
Well, actually, to be fair, hearsay is not necessarily, you have to substantiate things for sure, but witnesses is an important part of court, right? We all acknowledge that.
Right. But the witnesses have to be. The actual witnesses have to testify, not people that heard from witnesses what had happened.
Fair point. So let me make it a kind of a counterpoint, though. You do realize that Matthew and John and Peter and Jude and James 5 of the 8 different, potentially 9 different, depending on if Hebrews was actually written by somebody who is not Paul. So 5 of the 8 claimed authors are direct eyewitnesses, and all 8, and even all 9, because every single theory so far that postulates somebody else for Hebrews other than Paul is still a contemporary. All 9 are contemporaries. So 5 are eyewitnesses, and 8, potentially 9, are actually contemporaneous. They were alive. They were in the proper region. They were adult. And that, I mean, that's a pretty important claim, I think, right? When you're saying like, well, we don't have any writings from eyewitnesses. Well, according to the text, we do. The text, Peter blatantly claims that Peter wrote it, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he did.
Okay, but what evidence do you have that he didn't?
That's not how evidence works.
That is exactly how it works. If Dr. Seuss claims to write Dr. Seuss, you have to prove that he didn't. If you're going to claim that he didn't,
I can claim to have developed. I can claim to have developed the cure for cancer. Now prove that I didn't.
No, that you're being dishonest with my argumentation. If Dr. Seuss claims to have written Dr. Seuss, if Dr. Seuss comes with the name Dr. Seuss on it, right?
Yeah.
And you are claiming that is incorrect, you have to provide some evidence that suggests that is incorrect.
Okay, if I claim to have the cure for cancer and I have patented
You are
whatever,
still being dishonest with my argumentation.
Hold on.
Okay, wait. Hold on. As the moderator,
I
I
have
would like to
patented with my name on it. Now, according to this argument, you have to disprove that you have to prove to me that I'm lying about that.
No, again, that is not what I am saying.
What about the two things are discontinuous, or about the syllogism that does not hold?
So you find a book, okay? This book says written by such and such a person. And you say, I don't believe it was written by such and such a person. What evidence do you have that contradicts what is on the text? I.e., this was written by such and such a person.
And again, the two things are directly analogous. I claimed to cure cancer. There is a patent that currently says that this person has cured cancer, given whatever name that it says. Prove that it's wrong.
That is absolutely ridiculous. So how do you know any book ever was written by anyone? Literally anyone.
How is it ridiculous? We both now have...
we actually have evidence of the people that wrote the books.
Really?
And that they were who they said they were.
So, for example, when the Gaelic Wars, the first actual manuscript evidence of it is 900 years after the fact, you think that's good evidence that Julius Caesar actually wrote that. And there's no possible way that anybody could have misapplied that name.
Well, that wasn't the analogy I was giving.
Okay, well, we do know for a fact these people existed. Nobody claims Peter didn't exist, unless you're like Richard Carrier levels.
They have even found
moderator power.
in Jerusalem.
Moderator power. Okay, so if I said that the author that you're calling Dr. Seuss had to take up that pseudonym because he got caught with a bottle of liquor in his sock drawer in college during Prohibition, how would you prove that I was wrong? How would you prove whether or not that happened?
Well, chances are, if you were making a claim and you were being somebody who was like interested in actual discussion, you'd probably have some sort of a reason for that claim, like maybe a contemporaneous source, or maybe some historian referenced that 100 years down the road, something along those lines, right? But you don't have that for this, right? You don't have 100 years down the line somebody saying, hey, Matthew didn't actually write Matthew. You don't have manuscript evidence that's anonymous or that says this is actually the gospel according to Lazarus. That doesn't exist, right? What you do have is definitive claims that these books were written by certain people, and you have no evidence to counter that, even though the book itself is claiming to be written by those people.
I have to call bullshit.
I'm going to give...
Where exactly in Matthew does it say this is the gospel according to Matthew?
It says it right at the beginning. It says the gospel according to Matthew.
No, it does not. Yes,
it does.
No, it does not.
Yes,
that is listen, that is the title that was applied by the church or applied by the...
not applied by the church. That is incorrect.
Okay, you said Matthew 1:1. It says that. Okay, let's go.
Hold on.
Guys.
Lisa,
Jake 4D. No, wait a second. Moderator here. We're going to give Jake 4D 2 minutes, which will take us to a minute and 1 hour 26, and then I want to bring up a question about something else. Go ahead.
4D came in after me, though.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go first.
Moderator said Jake. Go, Jake. Go, Jake.
I've been looking up Matthew 1:1.
Okay, can I go while he looks that up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Immortal Destiny, I really have to. This is just unbelievable. I have to point this out. To say that you claiming you cured cancer and then saying prove me wrong is directly analogous to a text that only has one cited author, and no one else is even.
You understand the purpose of what I'm claiming?
Yes, I do. Let me ask you a question. Why do we call it the Pythagorean theorem? Is there any actual written evidence that Pythagoras himself came up with this theorem, or do we attribute it to him because no one else has sort of claimed it and everyone sort of accepts that it was him? Which one is it?
The majority of it seems to be that he was the first one that developed it.
Okay, and no one has any no one has any trouble at all attributing all of that stuff to him. We still call it the Pythagorean theorem. So can you maybe see where I'm going with this, and can you maybe see why you saying you cured cancer and then asking that is the most retarded thing. I mean, that is like
right, but that comes back to my original question of, do you understand why I'm using that particularly?
No, I quite frankly I don't. I mean, I can understand why you're trying to prove him wrong, but it's not analogous at all. Like,
well, the thing is, anybody can claim. The thing is, I can claim whatever I please to claim.
No. In the present day, we have only one good, possibility at all. Even if it's not more likely than not, it's the most likely. Like that's what you're not realizing. Like something doesn't have to be more than 50% chance for it to be the most likely explanation. You saying you cured cancer is not even resembling of what CJ is talking about.
I can't even get a sentence done, and you're wanting me to my point.
But okay, your questions are just.
Can I finish, or are you going to talk over me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Sunflower. Here's the thing. You said the same thing over 5 times. Now let him respond.
Yeah.
Okay?
The point isn't calling into the actual. Was Mark the person who? What was Mark an actual real person? I could care less about if the historical figure actually existed, but it's about the nature of the claim itself, right? No, people can claim to write under a pseudonym or, create anything that they so desire. But the fact that they create a claim, right? The fact that people have claimed that 500 people saw somebody resurrect from the dead.
No, you're shifting.
There's no bearing on whether or not that event.
Shut the fuck up.
Immutable, you're shifting the goalposts, dude.
No, he's not. No, I'm not.
Oh,
the person making a claim, such as I saw 500 people resurrect from the dead, has no bearing on whether or not that claim is actually true.
I'm sorry. Am I having a massive brain lapse? We weren't talking
You must
about.
be. You must be.
Okay. Let me ask why. Okay, why were we bringing up Dr. Seuss? So CJ's entire counter argument was. Wait. Let me explain. CJ's entire explicit literal counter argument was, if we have things that are written and the only signature on the last page is written by Dr. Seuss, well, you can say Dr. Seuss sounds like a made up name. You have no better explanation than Dr. Seuss. That's what he was.
That's great. Moderator power.
That's great. Sunflower. To take your argument, right? Can I not also postulate? Can I not also postulate a hypothesis that somebody who is contemporaneous to the actual Dr. Seuss was claiming that name as a pen pal name?
It's possible. It's
right.
Possible.
Right.
All right. Well, look. I'm going to step in here because we're going to let see if Jake was able to find what he was looking for. But I want Sunflower to notice the comment on the screen, which goes directly to what Jake 4D was talking about when he came in. And Jefferson Spatchcock. Hold on. Jefferson Spatchcock is someone I consider to be very learned on the Bible. And he's saying, please tell CJ the gospel authors are anonymous.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, the gospel authors are anonymous.
I'll let the conversation progress once that's finished. But my point in creating that was, like what Sunflower was saying, the best possible explanation we can attest to is that the person who's claimed to writing the claim is probably the person who actually did. Yes. And my point is in asking, okay, the issue I'm taking with that is that we know people in the past have oftentimes exhibited emotions of like envy and lust and like all sorts of things in order to try and, take the fame away from other people. Why is it not also probable that somebody who was contemporaneous to the source claimed to be acting as that source, right?
Wow, I'd love to answer this. It's just delivered on a golden platter. Actually, CJ addressed this exact point. I'm going to ride in the coattails of what he was saying. Unless you leverage that exact same argument to every single, authorship of every single historical document, and you're just unanimously skeptical across the board of all of them, Well, then why would you be particularly skeptical of this one? This is exactly what his argument was. He was
Because
saying
with
that-
the other ones, we have corroboration.
There's actually
no. Pythagorean theorem is still. It's
We
called
don't know if
there's
Pythagorean
actually
actually
ways-
called the
valid.
Pythagorean theorem.
Matter.
There's
we don't
actually
know if
ways
they
of
developed that.
corroborating
No,
whether or
ways-
not those events are likely true.
You guys.
That's the fun thing, because
How often
something
people go
like
around
Pythagoras-
saying,
well, here's the thing, right? With something like, say, Alexander the Great or somebody like Pythagoras, that's not the only claim that's made about those people. There's other claims about the works of Pythagoras and the works about, like Alexander the Great, that can be tested archaeologically. And the more things that consist and are, confluent with what we find,
all right.
the more likely it is to be the case.
now you're just going off on like some weird, like fishtailing. Like, what is this display?
How am I
There's
fishing?
no-
I'm pointing out the fact that there's more than
the
one
second
claim
time around
being
the
made by
track.
the individual.
Okay, Immutable's having to go down to Barney style, like Barney level of description here. So we're gonna go ahead and pass the mic right back to Jake 4D, and then there we go.
Yeah. Okay. So the first verse of the first verse of Matthew is, "This is the genealogy of Jesus, the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham," and then it goes on the genealogy. It doesn't say this is the gospel according to Matthew. That's a title. It's anonymous.
Right, that's
Luke-
sort of how
Luke-
that works. It doesn't say within the Chronicles
Hey,
of Narnia
hey,
that C.S.
we gave
Lewis
you a
wrote it.
plenty-
It says
no,
it on
no,
the
stop.
title.
CJ,
Yeah,
please, be
but
respectful.
we
gave you
don't
plenty of time.
have the title on the original manuscripts. None of the manuscripts have that. That was added later.
That's incorrect. There's not a single
is
anonymous, not
proven.
one single
Now,
anonymous copy of any
even-
of those four gospels.
Even Luke says that he's not an eyewitness.
Luke wasn't an eyewitness. I never claimed he was. Luke was a contemporary.
Okay.
The only two people in the Gospels who are eyewitnesses are Matthew and John, just to clarify. The other two would be contemporaries. They would not be eyewitnesses.
Hey, I didn't see shit.
None of those
So,
gospels were
now-
written.
okay,
the
now,
names
so
that are
we-
attributed to them.
That's
Yeah,
just
no,
not
no.
true.
Show me. Give me
Okay,
a link.
well, hold
Why-
on. hold
Every
on. We're gonna
single
hold this-
here, I
wait a
got
second,
actually.
wait a second. This is going to eat up the rest of the time, and I don't want to talk about this. for the
There's
whole
not a
time.
single, not one single manuscript of any of those four gospels that has the relevant pages. Because of course, some of the manuscripts have missing information, right? Just because it's been cut and worn down over time.
One of them being
right?
the name of the author.
There is not a single one that does not have those titles and attributing the specific gospel to the exact person we have today. Not a single one. It is
Which
unanimous across
manuscript?
all manuscripts that
Give
have
me
the
a-
relevant information. None of them are anonymous. None of them are attributed to somebody else. None
They
of them
are
are
not.
All right,
attributed like.
whoa. All right. So now CJ has made that claim. Now we're going to throw it to Jefferson Spatchcock, who made the opposite claim in the live chat, and he is now here. So Jefferson, please respond to CJ. And CJ, do not interrupt Jefferson. You can respond after he's done. Go ahead, Jefferson.
Okay, so for the most part, most of the extant copies of the Gospels that we have a title that's been attributed to them. But when they began circulation, no author was ever attributed to those writings. None of them. Mark was written probably around 70 CE. It was anonymous. The other ones probably showed up around 80 and 90. They were not attributed to authors. It was scholars later in the early church that determined who these people must have been. So if you're trying to suggest, it's one thing to say, and even if it's not the case, let's say that some guy named Mark wrote the Gospel of Mark. That's one thing to say. Like, okay, some guy named Pythagoras made the Pythagorean theorem, right? That's not what we've got with Mark. If you're just saying the Gospel of Mark was written by an author named Mark, okay. But if you're trying to say that Mark is somehow a contemporary of Jesus and was an eyewitness to the events in that narrative, that's an entirely different claim. And there isn't anything to back that up from the original documents themselves. If you get those documents in the original Greek, they do not have an author on them. All New Testament scholars are unanimous in that. The only ones that have not been are ones who do double duty as apologists and are trying to feed the constant narrative. No, they were written by contemporaries. They were written by eyewitnesses. They were not. It is a matter of fact. We don't know who actually wrote those, and we do know from the dating of them that they were not written by contemporaries of Jesus. They were simply written by contemporaries of the early first century church.
CJ?
Well, so there's a couple things with that. First off, I will boldly claim, just like every other one of these believing scholars would, that the consensus you speak of is crap. And I just want to be perfectly clear on that.
So
there is absolutely no evidence
it's
to
you
suggest
against
late
everyone
dates of
else.
the Gospels. Literally zero.
What's that?
And I'll just be perfectly clear. There's no evidence whatsoever to support late dates of the Gospels. I'm actually debating Richard Carrier on this online. If anybody wants to check out that on his blog sometime in the next week. Just
that is
on that.
bullshit. There's plenty of evidence to
There's
support
literally
the
none.
dating of the
There is
dead.
literally none.
There is, you fucking idiot. All you have to do is go online.
Hey, let's keep it
Lisa,
respectful.
All you have to do is go online and research it. And
I guarantee you I
obviously-
researched it more than you, but continue having a temper tantrum, please.
No, you have not, because you don't even want to look at what the other side says. I can guarantee you that, because when I was you, and believe me, I was you at one time. When I was you, I wouldn't look at the other side either. So go look what the other side says before you open up your fucking mouth.
I actually have
Okay,
numerous
ladies and
times,
gentlemen,
but
now
okay.
with our 3-minute dumpster fire lightning round, and we're going to move on to my subject that I wanted to bring up. Okay, so hard left here. We're going to just touch on politics for just a second here. So the Paula White, and I'll throw you guys a bone. We'll keep it somewhere on the religion. But so Paula White prayed that God overturn the will of the people. So do you guys here that are believers, that are apologists apparently as well, do you support that? And do you agree that that should happen, or do you not? And do you think that lady's crazy and that she doesn't represent the God you represent?
I think Lisa is just as crazy as she is based on how emotional she gets during her little like.
Okay, so that's the lightning,
I don't know what
the
they
3-minute dumpster fire lightning round is already over. Next time that we break the rules, Sunflower, I'm going to have John put you in the back. All right, so go ahead. Crickets.
So as far as the claim with, so you said some apologists prayed to overturn.
No. Paula White, who is the president.
Oh, Paula
the
White
current
Kane.
city-
Dude, Paula White Kane is a shyster. I don't care what she says.
Okay.
As far as the actual
I-
question,
I-
I'm sure it's more in regards to what she said, right? It's you don't care about my opinions on her, right?
Well, your opinion on her, would that gives me, colors your opinion. Okay, but I respect your opinion on her, but also would like commentary on her public prayer.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in overturning the will of the people at any point in time. I will say that if for whatever reason God has that in his plan, I'm certainly not in the business of contradicting God's plan. But if that was in his plan, I am fully, at least from my own belief system, I guess I would say cognizant.
Strike and strike and strike and strike, and angels are coming from Africa now. Angels are coming from Africa now. Angels are coming from Africa now.
Hey, leave those African angels alone. The Africans need their angels. So do the South Americans, by the way. So,
But they're coming here. They're not staying there.
They're coming here.
That's probably a reference to something. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really get the reference. But just to give an example, like I do think, like for example,
That was literally
Scripture, God
no,
did
it was
will.
reference to, I'm sorry, CJ. That was in reference to that was literally Paula White's prayer. That was an excerpt from Paula White's prayer.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, the strike is a reference. I think it's. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the particular place, but there's like they say in the verse "strike" 3 times in regards to a war or something. I forget, but it does.
Oh, you guys.
I think she's referencing the.
You guys
3
didn't
woes.
know? You guys didn't know she snorts a line of light mixed brown before she goes on stage. Around her circle, they call it tan.
I thought it was angel dust.
Huh?
No, she was doing that back in the day, but she's no longer allowed to carry the snakes around. She had to change her game up. Now it's cocaine and gunpowder.
That explains
okay,
a lot.
can I address Sunflower?
Go ahead.
You may.
Sunflower, I don't really give a damn what you think.
I beg
okay?
to differ.
But
I can sense
shut up.
in your voice.
Shut up and let me talk. But I am sick and tired of people being lied to for the past 2,000 fucking years. And I'm tired of it. And I'm here to tell the truth. And I don't care whether you think it is the truth or not. But I get angry when people have been lied to for the past 2,000 years. So forgive my fucking self for getting angry about people being lied to.
Well, look, I just don't want you to herniate a disc over there trying to, speak truth for the atheist, world or whatever it is. I mean, genuinely, if you're this worked up over just the vacuum of nihilistic truth that you exist in, I would say just try not to slip any discs or, fall and hurt yourself in the process, because that's probably not going to end in a pleasant reality for anyone. Definitely not you. So just take care of yourself, just take better care of yourself.
Lisa, I just suggest mimosas. That probably is the cure for it right there. Just to deal with the rage of dealing with Christians. Mimosas seems to help out.
I don't know. What has CJ done to invoke that much rage though? He's like the most mild, polite, well-mannered,
CJ doesn't invoke rage in me, but I'm just saying, I feel rage.
I find it just odd. I'm thinking, what the
You are a rage-inducing person, but CJ is cool. He's spirited.
You want to know why I rage on this channel? Number one.
Wait a minute, hang on, everybody, hang on for a second. I have a little surprise for everybody that I'd like to share.
Let's hear this. Drop the beat.
You're gonna hear some tough beats from Paula White right here, man.
Let the beat drop.
Until you have victory for every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. Angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now. They're coming here from Africa. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. I hear a sound.
All right.
Whoever remixed that has some talent.
Yeah,
she got the bar.
That was pretty fucking good.
That was from What the Fuck Bro, wasn't it? That was from What the Fuck Bro.
Well, that was who did it? I'm trying to think here. My YouTube window closed, so I don't remember.
It did show credit on the thing though, so.
Yeah.
Thank you for inflicting punishment on us and all of the viewers watching. That I appreciate it.
It's the least we could do.
Yeah. So anyway, Sunflower, no.
And interesting. I'm sorry, Lisa, but interesting fact: the dude walking back and forth behind Paula, that was actually Sunflower.
That was me. Yeah, cameo.
So anyway, I'm not mad at you, Sunflower. Okay, I am mad at the people who have lied to you and the people who have been lying to you for the past 2,000 years. And yes, I am upset with you that you refuse to see the other side of the argument, but I am not mad at you. Okay?
Fair enough. I by the way, I grew up in the other side of the argument. Okay, I don't come from I wasn't raised Christian. I was raised nominally Christian, but I was agnostic. I identified as an agnostic theist actually for the majority of my life. And then just by purely, doing my own research, looking more into some of the stuff that I had originally laughed off and hearing other perspectives, eventually did come around. And, so it's not that I'm very familiar with all the other, sides of it, just for whatever that's worth.
Did some part of that research involve getting kicked in the head by a horse?
Damn.
I didn't think anybody.
No
in the
comment.
Oh
Hey,
man, I'm
I
trying to
just want to go
ostracise
back
you.
to something. I just want to go back to something that was said a little bit ago, and I got to call CJ out a little bit because I've seen him use this tactic before in other discussions and debates he's had. And matter of fact, just as recently as the other day when he was debating Knock, and I realized Jefferson didn't offer any citations, but I'm sure he could if we gave him a few minutes. I'm sure he could put citations in the private chat or in the live chat. I don't know if it would make any difference to CJ, but Jefferson told you that literally all the experts say, and including, I think he's including among that, I believe he did include among that Christian experts on the subject, all agree that the New Testament Gospels are anonymous, that they don't know actually who wrote them, and the dates that he gave of when they were figured to have been written. I've read about that those are the agreed upon spectrum of dates in which those were written. And your basic response to him was, nuh-uh. I mean, so I don't understand why you, and especially when a lot of the experts are Christian experts, why do you seemingly, many times I've heard you do it, you just eschew the claims of the experts in the field?
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually, to be fair, a really good question. And I will just be frank and explain why. I take very little, whatever the word is, I guess. I don't give very much credence to what the experts have to say in a lot of fields. There are certain fields in which I think, like medical fields, for example, where, the evidence a lot of times is, it's undeniable, right? And so people are able to, pass that out to all these different, but, just like as a perfect example, the other day, right, I was in a debate with T-Jump, right? And he says, well, the experts disagree that moral realism has to be based in theism because only 26% of moral realists are theists, right? And so he said, therefore, the consensus is that you're wrong, except there isn't really a consensus. That other 74% is not made up of one thing, right? There's moral Platonists, there's so on and so forth. The point being that, these things aren't that simple. And I have a very solid track record to go off of when it comes to liberal scholarship and trying to discount the Bible. For example, and I go on this list all the time, but it's true, right? There was a point in time when the Assyrians didn't exist, and then we found them. There was a point in time when the Hittites didn't exist, and then we found them. And then the Philistines didn't exist, and we found them. And the Canaanites didn't exist, and then we found them. And David didn't exist, and then we found him and found that he was actually the head of the monarchy in Judah because there was a house of David. You know what I mean? And it's and all these different times, there was actually a point in time when there was the consensus that Jesus didn't exist. Now most people think that's ridiculous.
Right.
And the point is, right, that when it comes to these consensuses, right, there is a very solid track record of people who are just basically trying to go with what makes them feel good because they don't believe. In a lot of instances, I do think this applies to a lot of so-called Christians as well, because frankly, a lot of people, like the Jesus Seminar people, right, they're liberal on a whole bunch of things. They're not just liberal on this issue. They're liberal on the issue of the authority of God. They're liberal on the issue of whether or not atheists do get saved, homosexuality, so on and so forth, right? So of course they're going to be liberal.
Can I get a little bit of politics have to do with any of it?
Okay.
Can I get a little bit of that button action? Is there anybody here that's willing to drop out so that Marty can jump in for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm dropping out, guys. Thanks for having me, John. See you next time.
All right, see you, Tangelo. All right, there's one spot open. It's for Marty. If anybody else comes in, I'm ditching you. Marty, that's Marty's spot.
Well, and the last thing I would just quickly add is it's not like these are unanimous, right? It's not like every single scholar on the entire planet, without a single exception, is following these consensuses, right? There are certainly scholars who do agree in the early dates. There are certain, and now are they typically believers? Of course, but like I said, I do firmly believe that there is a vendetta against the Bible. I think the evidence in the history proves that.
Well, okay, so you mentioned a lot of different things that were once thought and then it changed. I would think that would give you confidence in the experts in the field because they were willing, with further evidence, to change their stance. So the things that you say that were discovered, that were once thought to not exist, now the consensus is, now that the evidence has been found, is that they do exist.
Yeah. I mean, everything that he rambled off, we could do that with any field. I mean, electricity and magnetism used to be believed to be two different sources until they weren't. Space-time used to be considered fixed and immutable until it wasn't. The universe was considered to be static or steady state until it wasn't. That's just a testament to how powerful evidence is and how a consensus moves only when you have the evidence to back up what you're saying. Because a consensus is not just a bunch of people guessing on something or pushing an ideology. Those are just anti-intellectual conspiracies. A consensus is built over peer review on a particular subject that consistently yields the same results.
See, and I think with both of those responses,
I bet CJ denies the existence of Spider-Man, but we found New York, we found Obama, we found all these places that Spider-Man existed. I mean, it's all in the text, it's all in the comic book. Spider-Man exists. We have New York, we have Obama. I mean, you can't deny it.
Well,
okay, so first off, that's a total
Go back to preschool.
Wait a minute. CJ thinks Jesus existed just because Jerusalem exists.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was at no point stated by anybody at this. But thank you for showing that you are incapable of actually understanding my arguments.
CJ, I was away from the keyboard. I put that in the private chat. I am just not coming back, and I want to know what you said that got this discussion going. So you're not saying that you think Jesus existed because Jerusalem exists.
I mean, to be fair, Lisa, I had asked CJ a question about why he disregards, the consensus of experts in certain fields, and then when Jake 4D jumped in, he was kind of throwing out a non sequitur to that discussion, or trying starting another annex to that discussion or whatever. So it wasn't, you came in just as the subject kind of changed, to what.
Okay, so CJ, I was not trying to straw man you. Like I said, I was away from the keyboard and I had just gotten back, and that was what I heard. So, don't take any offense. I was
sorry. To be fair, Lisa, you've been a little off all night. Like, even before we started, you were in the live chat going, "Why so early?" And I had to tell you, "Hey, wait a minute. This is the same time we have the stream every Wednesday." So I don't know whether you didn't eat your Wheaties this morning or what's going on with you.
I'm sorry about that, but
oh no, you're okay. You're okay.
Anyway, CJ, I wasn't trying to straw man you. I was trying to figure out what was going on. Okay.
All right. Well, so I do apologize. I was a little bit stiffier than was necessary. I'll agree to that. That was for sure true.
So where's this Marty I heard tell of? Puff.
She was in. I think she's probably getting ready or whatever. But she was like, "Oh, I got here at the end and it's full up. What's going on? What happened?"
Well, yeah. We'll give her a few more minutes, and if she doesn't show, then if somebody else wants to pop in. So anyway, 9:30 is a hard stop. So we've got about 28 minutes left before we'll start wrapping it up. Yeah, there's a spot open, Marty. Here, let me put the link in the live chat again if you don't have it.
I know you said earlier before we even did this, you said on the stream before that Boomer O'Clock is going to come real early. So,
well, right, it's 2.5 hours, but things are going good, so we'll take it till 9:30. But that's a hard stop, so about 9:20 we're going to start wrapping it up and give everybody the last word. I would say that whatever we were talking about a minute ago,
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Well, and so let me respond, because you guys made a response to my point, right? Saying that, okay, well, consensus has changed. That's just the way it is. But that that doesn't really address the crux of what I'm putting forward, right? If, for example, we went to Egyptian history and we noticed that Egyptian scholars constantly had this really high level of skepticism about all of these figures. They were really skeptical until they were proven to be, because obviously, right, once you find the statue of Ramses, you don't have to be skeptical. But if up until that point, people were being equally skeptical, right, of all the people they came into contact with, and every city in their stories, and every person, right, and just so on and so forth, then that would show to me that the skepticism is actually equal all around, right? But that isn't what tends to happen. Every now and then, Troy didn't exist, and we found it, and Imhotep didn't exist, and we found it, and that is true. But with the Bible, it's literally everything. No, David didn't exist. Abraham didn't exist. The prophets didn't exist, and Moses didn't exist, and the Assyrians didn't exist, and the Hittites.
I mean, dude, wait a minute. Let me stop. Wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there and comment. Okay, you listed off. I mean, to be generous, let's say that you listed off 10 different things that consensus has changed on. How many things do you think that in that field there is consensus on altogether? Okay. I mean, you listed, and I'm being generous, I think it was more like a half a dozen things you rattled off. So let's say it's 10. What percentage of all the things that there's consensus on in that field do you think that entails?
I mean,
like point.
To be fair, I think it would be really small. I think that you'd probably be accurate in assuming that, but the fact that so many of those quote consensuses seem to be around biblical history seems to go to my point. They're real quick to get to a consensus when it could potentially disprove the Bible, right? But not real quick to get to a consensus when it comes to something like whether or not, some mythological figure in Japanese history or whatever existed. And I don't.
I'm just going to interject. I'm just going to interject that this sounds like an American Ninja Warrior obstacle course to prove that the Bible is accurate. That's all I'm going to say.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You're talking about very different things. There's one source. There's one Bible. Okay, you can split it up into the 66 books, but it's just one collection. It's just one Bible. When you talk about Egyptian history, you talk about Greek history. There's hundreds or dozens of sources. We're not going off one single book. The moment to believe something exists is after you have the evidence to show that it does exist. When you just have just the Iliad. If you have just the Iliad, that's not enough to say Troy existed. But when you have the evidence of Troy, or when you have multiple sources saying, oh, look, there's Troy. This was a battle with Troy. This is an interaction with Troy. This is a trade with Troy. That is several things. It's not just a single book.
Well, and that is actually a really solid point. But there's a couple things I would say in response to it. So the first one is that I do think I understand, again, and I actually – I don't know if you were here for it earlier, but I did actually kind of respond to their one book thing a little bit earlier. But the thing is historically they actually aren't. And the reason we have to make a note to split them is because they're independent authors. They're over sometimes thousands of years in time. I guess a lot of the atheists probably wouldn't buy, because a lot of people on the side that is not mine would probably say people like Moses didn't exist. But I think even a lot of the atheist scholars would suggest that the Torah was still written sometime around like 700 BC, which is still 700 years from the Torah all the way down to the New Testament, right, being written as late as 100. I guess that's 800 years, right? That's still a long period of time. So it is definitely, we do have to take into account the fact that it is separate authors and that they are separate books written at separate periods of time, sometimes even in separate languages, right? Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek are all included in there. Some people have argued that the Book of Romans could be written in Latin, but I don't think there's convincing evidence of that. But just hypothetically, if there was, right, that would be 4 languages, a bare minimum of 3, though, right? So I think it is important to note that. But also, for a great majority of things that we have question for, right? So just as an example, Jesus. Now, I'm not saying that because Jesus existed, therefore he was divine, right? That would be a separate argument. So separate that for a minute. But there are 27 books written by, if I'm correct, 8, and if I'm not correct, and the modern scholar is correct, more than 8 different sources within 100 years. That's the New Testament alone, right? Describing Jesus' existence. Then there's also Barnabas and Clement and Ignatius and Polycarp. And if you believe that Eusebius is a good transmission of Papias's work, then also Papias, right? That's 5 Christians who are outside of the New Testament. Then you have Tacitus and Josephus Flavius, and potentially Thales and Marabar Serapion, although there's a lot of conversation as to whether or not those are legitimately about Jesus, right? When you're at the end of it, there's something like 22 or 25 and I'm getting mixed up on that last number. So I'm gonna just go with 22 because it's a smaller number. Sources, independent individual authors, at least, that attest to Jesus being around within 100 years of his existence, or of his crucifixion, rather, right? That is, in my opinion, very solid evidence that this movement was grounded in a person who claimed that he was the Messiah, Son of God, and that he was going to, redeem people somehow, right?
Can I ask you a question, CJ?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. How many different authors do you think there have been over time that wrote vampire novels?
Well, actually, so there's a couple things with that. That's not an unfair point. The first thing that does need to be noted, though, is that vampires are not a specific person, event, city, something like that, right? Something that's more tangible that could potentially be found in history. The second thing is, though, is Dracula's not a specific. Well, no, that one is, right? Dracula in particular is, but Dracula isn't all vampires, right? He's a specific vampire. That would be Vlad the Impaler or Vlad Dracul.
How many people have written about Dracula?
But that actually gets to my second point, right? Bare minimum, even if vampires don't exist, which of course we know they don't, they are grounded in an easily discernible reality, which is that there are people out there who, whether by legend this was attributed to them or whether they actually did it, they appeared to have rituals where they decided they wanted to do really grotesque things such as drinking blood, right? Now, of course, that doesn't mean vampires existed, but what it does mean is the reason that it's a cross-cultural and ubiquitous myth is because of something that is grounded in easily discernible reality, right? Well, so when you say how many different people over time have vampire myths, well, there is actually a reason for that, and it's a real reason. It's not a mythological reason, even if it isn't vampires exist. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'd like to address CJ. Going back to Abraham doesn't exist and Moses doesn't exist and all that. We're not saying they don't exist. We can't say they don't exist. What we're saying is they probably didn't exist. And the reason for that is because there has been painstaking archaeology in the Holy Land, and we know for a fact that Jericho did not fall to Joshua in the time frame that the Bible says it did. In fact, it was an earthquake actually that damaged Jericho. We also know that Israel was an indigenous Canaanite movement that did not come about until after the collapse of the late Bronze Age in Canaan. So the late Bronze Age collapses, and that means civilization collapses in the Middle East, or in the Levant, as archaeologists call it. And so from that, you have the Sea Peoples, and you have the Israelites, and the Sea Peoples are probably the Mycenaeans, but we don't know that. We think that because of the continuity of culture between Mycenae and the Philistines, okay? But we cannot say this is an Israelite culture until much, much, much later. And the very first figure we can say actually existed in the Bible was Saul. And he probably wasn't a king like the Bible says he was. He was probably more of a chieftain. So that's why we say we cannot say these people did not exist. What we can say is there is no evidence for this.
Well, so I think it'd be. Sorry, go ahead.
We could also say they did not exist in the way depicted. Like these events, some of these events did not happen in the way depicted in the Bible. Like the Exodus did not happen. I just wanted to say really quick,
I'm taking off, so peace out, everybody.
See you, Leo.
Hey, Leo.
Later.
What?
It was a good job on the video the other day, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
The 10 questions.
So just let everybody know I have a new stream up. It was my response to Braxton Hunter's 10 questions for Atheist. So check it out if you get a chance. Peace out.
I'll check that out. I didn't get a notification, but I'll check it out.
Peace out, everybody.
Bye.
There was a number of problems with your different authors thing a minute ago. I don't know if you want to address Lisa first, though.
Yeah, so I guess I would, just because it would probably diverge the topic a little bit, which I understand these are super loaded topics, so I get that, obviously that we're going to just do that. But the thing I would say is, I guess, and I'll make it really short and pithy. Thing number one, I don't think that an absence of evidence is an evidence of absence, although if you have very good evidence that, says something is not true. Like, so for example, if you don't have any archaeological digs that prove Moses existed, that doesn't mean he didn't. However, if you do have times or archaeological digs that seem to directly contradict the Exodus story in the right time frame, that would indicate he wouldn't exist, right? So I do want to be clear. I'm not just saying, there's no possibility that you could prove he didn't exist. I understand there are ways that you could certainly make it seem incredibly unlikely, absolutely, right? But the second thing I would say is just that I don't think that the evidence that you put forward is necessarily 100% accurate, which I say that not in an insulting way, but just in a way that, like, I do know of the evidence which you speak of, for example, in Jericho, right? We do know that Jericho was actually destroyed sometime between the 1500s and 1400s BC by fire and by an invading army. Now, Kathleen Kenyon did a dig there, and she concluded that it was done by the Egyptians at some point in time. But the problem is there isn't actually any evidence for the Egyptians being there at that period in time, although you can get pretty close with Thutmose III. It does just so happen, though, that if you take the biblical chronology literally, that is the time that Joshua would be showing up at Jericho. And there are other indications there that would suggest Joshua's battle strategy was used. For example, it doesn't appear that any plunder was taken. It appears it was all lit on fire. We have charred wheat grains there to this day. There's a house there that seems to be standing up, even though the rest of the wall seems to be destroyed. There seems to be purposeful defacement of religious statues and temples and so on, right? And things which seem to be consistent with the harem strategy that was actually put forward by Joshua, where he put absolutely everything to the sword. I mean, it's the closest, if the Bible can be believed, it's the closest we've ever gotten to annihilation pre-nuclear bombs. It's pretty brutal. And I think that is pretty solid evidence to indicate that, right? You have the right time frame with the right tactics, and you don't have evidence of any other army, but you do have this book which is claiming this army in this time using these tactics. And then, the immediate question would be, well, then why don't we have this culture rising until the Bronze Age collapse? Well, actually, that's explained by the Book of Judges. According to the Book of Judges, it's not until the time around the Bronze Age collapse, which would be the time that it just so happens Saul would become a chieftain, right? It's not until about that time that we actually have an organized Israelite nation. There's a Hebrew culture, according to the Book of Judges, but even then, it's still very, very. You
can't see me right now, CJ, but I'm giving the wrap it up sign.
Okay. Well, and just to say, I guess, to wrap it up, I would just say that according to the Book of Judges, that's exactly what we would expect. We wouldn't expect united Israelites until actually about the time of the Bronze Age collapse, maybe even slightly after, like 1100 BC instead of 1200 BC.
So,
all right. So we've got maybe about 13 minutes left till we're going to start wrapping it up. Go ahead and finish your thought, Jake, and then I have a last question I want to ask CJ. Go ahead, Jake.
An absence of evidence is evidence of absence where you would expect to see something. For instance, in the Exodus, 600,000 to 3 million people supposedly left. And that clearly would have left just an enormous amount of evidence, which does not exist. It's not there. That absence of evidence is specifically evidence of its absence. It shows that did not happen. So it depends on the situation, and these are situations where it definitely applies.
And what was it? It was they roamed around for 40 years supposedly, right?
Right.
It was a 40 years.
For 40 years in the desert.
That would be tantamount to someone taking, a month to cross Central Park in New York.
Well, to be fair, just to clarify really quick, John, when the Bible talks about Sinai, it's almost positively referencing what we would call Saudi Arabia, not the Sinai Peninsula. That was not named so until the Byzantines, much, much later.
I'm actually going to head out, guys. But
all right, Sunflower, thanks for showing up, and thanks for being.
I would just say you've all heard the phrase "manufactured consent" to refer to like engaging in consensual transactions in capitalism. I would say think about the term "manufactured skepticism," and if there's people directing you towards skepticism of God. Okay, thanks. Love you all. Bye.
All right, later. So here's my
absolutely correct. It's called the Catholic Church.
So here's my question. I want to ask CJ a question because I dipped into Jefferson Spatchcock's room the other day and tried to engage Jill on this question, and he ran like a little bitch as soon as he saw me. As soon as I said what I had to say, when I popped in the room, he said, "Shut up, horse face," and then he was gone like lightning. So, CJ, is God capable of lying?
All right. So just real quick, I do want to address Jake first and then you. Is that okay? Or the other way around? I don't really care. But I just want to address both of the points because I think Jake brought up a really good point.
All right. Be quick.
All right. So I agree, Jake 4D, that like in that, like there are certain situations where absolutely absence of evidence would be important. In the case of the Moses story, I think it would be difficult to find evidence of a tribe wandering in Saudi Arabia for 40 years because that's not a long period of time, though I don't think it'd be impossible. But I would agree that at some level of calamity around Egypt, described by namely the 10 plagues and the splitting of the Red Sea, we should see extra biblical evidence of that. And I would definitely agree with that particular point. But I do believe that there are certain evidences which may suggest that that did actually happen, and that we may even have more evidences yet to find, because we do know that a lot of these empires, especially the Egyptians, because they were very egotistical, did actually get rid of evidence of negative things. But there does seem to be poems and references to a major calamitous event around the same time that we would expect the fleeing of the Israelites from Exodus. Now, obviously, there's the claim with the 2 million. I'll be honest with you, and I know this is somewhat of a cop-out. I don't know if the definition of the number there that they use for thousands is. I've heard arguments that means camps, and if that's the case, I don't want to sit here and like dig a hole on 2 million if that's not even what the Bible is communicating. But that would sort of be the wrap up of that. And then for John's question, so your question is God capable of lying? And I think that's an interesting one. I would say no. All
right. Well, here's my follow-up question.
Okay.
Did God ever lie in the Bible?
No, I do not. Okay. Now, let me say something really quick, though, because I have a feeling I might know where this is going, and I'm not going to try and completely preempt it because I want you to actually be able to say it. But
you're not going to preempt it at all because I'm gonna say what I have to say, and I'm not going to let you speak another word until I say what I have to say. God did lie in the Bible, okay? God told Abraham that he wanted him to sacrifice his son, and he knew when he told him that he wasn't going to have him go through with it. That, by definition, is a lie. It doesn't matter what his motivation was. It doesn't matter what his plan was, what he was trying to achieve with Abraham. When he said he wanted Abraham to sacrifice his son, he was lying because he knew he was not going to have him go through with it. Go ahead. You may respond.
Yeah, well, I guess I would say a couple things. So first off, I guess one thing that would have to be pointed out, and I know it's a little bit of a semantic issue, but it is important because the "I want" is a very key part of this. The direct thing he says is, "Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering." So he's not actually saying I want you to do this when in reality he doesn't want him to do this. He's just commanding it. That's not-
Okay. Wait. Okay, go ahead and repeat that scripture again.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, I just discarded this. Let me pull it back up and take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you.
And you don't think that you can infer from that what you just read, that is what God was telling him that he wanted him to do.
Well, I mean, it's the only thing we're saying is that he wanted him to go through with the action of going to Mount Moriah to offer Isaac as a sacrifice, well, then that's accurate. That's exactly what he did, right? But if you're saying that he wanted actually the physical act of the sacrificing of Isaac to take place, he never claimed that that's something that he wanted.
I'm sorry. I'm going to interject, but that to me sounded like he said him telling him, "I want you to turn your son into a pyre fire."
Well, no, like I said, if by that you mean he wants him to go through with this whole thing of like going to Mount Moriah, right, and preparing to offer Isaac as a sacrifice, well, then the rest of the text would agree with that. But at no point in the text
on the mountain
actually wants Isaac to be sacrificed.
To me, it sounds like
But that's
he's saying,
exactly
"Luau
what
on
he
the
said.
mountain."
Offer him as a burnt offering. What does that mean?
Yeah, it means he wants, like I said, it means that he wants Abraham, not Isaac, to go up to Mount Moriah, right? And of course, Abraham at this point doesn't know that this is going to be stopped, right? But
Wait a minute. Hold on. That's not probative of the situation. The only issue I'm speaking to is God told Abraham to do something that God, at the time he told Abraham to do it, God knew himself that he was not going to have Abraham go through with it. That, by definition, is a lie.
But it isn't, though. That's not what a lie is. That's not, because, again,
So
he's not actually
what-
making an active or an active claim or anything like that, making an intentionally false statement. In fact, by definition, a command can't be an intentionally false statement. It's a command, right? It's not,
Yes, it can. A command could be an intentionally false statement if you have no intent of having the person carry out that command. And God, being omniscient, knew when he told Isaac to offer his son as a burnt offering that he was not going to have Abraham go through with it. It's not as if he changed his mind just beforehand. He knew when he instructed him to do that he was not going to have Abraham go through with it. There's no argument that can make that not a lie. It was a mistruth intentionally told.
But it's not, though. That's the thing. Like, again, first off, a command is not a statement.
Was Isaac sacrificed?
No, but he never said that I was going to have Isaac be. In fact, he said the literal opposite. And it's funny, Abraham actually knows this because there's an important detail, right? So God did promise to Abraham that he was actually going to end up having multiple descendants and so on through specifically the son he would have from Sarah, namely Isaac, right? And so if we take that at just at its face value, that means that we know for a fact that Isaac is going to grow up and have numerous descendants, right? And interestingly enough, Abraham actually seems to be perfectly cognizant of that, because when he goes up to Mount Moriah, he actually tells the people, his servants, right, to prepare for him and the lad to return. So Abraham, trusting in God, was fully aware of the fact that something was going to happen, right? Maybe.
So wait a second. Are you saying that this was the very first pilot episode of Punk'd? Like, that's what it sounds like. Like he was setting him up to look like an idiot. Like,
no, there's actually a lot of very large amount of theological insight from this event. The first,
he was like, I'm telling you, the way that you putting it, it's like God snickering in the background, and like it's the situation I'm looking at. It's God snickering in the background, and he's like, wait till he gets up there. He's got the knife in his hand. He's looking at back. Psych.
No, so that's absolutely not anything that's going on here at all, right? And what basically is going on there, in my personal opinion, and obviously you could tell me if I'm right or wrong about this, but I think that's just attributing to God what is clearly not personality traits that he has. If you look at the theological impact of the Abraham and Isaac story, it shows multiple things. The first thing is that it proves not only for Abraham himself and the people around him and his contemporaries, assuming that it actually happened, of course, because I am assuming that it happened when I say that, right? But also for everybody who will read this text throughout time. Number one, that Abraham was indeed the faithful servant that was claimed. And number two, that God is also faithful to him, right? That even when all of this seems like it's absolutely going against you, that what God promised is going to be the case.
Hold on. And why was Abraham a faithful servant? Because he agreed to do what?
Because he was willing to even give up his only son. It's a proof positive that this man was willing to give up absolutely everything for God.
And how does that not make God a sick fuck? I mean, look, Here's the thing: you left one thing out. That scripture also proves that series of scriptures that tells that story also proves my point that God lied in the Bible. You can deny it all you want. It meets all the criteria for a lie. God lied.
There's another way of looking at the story. There's another way of looking at the story too, which because a lot of people that get exposed to it, especially in the U.S., get exposed to the story. Everybody kind of like fixates on what this was like for Abraham or what this must have been like for Isaac. Given the culture at the time, Abraham, right, kind of quote unquote discovers monotheism, right, even though he didn't. This is new, right? The fact that this God provides a sacrifice for Abraham. The actual point of the story, the illustration, is that this God actually provides his own a sacrifice to spare a person from sacrificing their own child. That's kind of how bad things were. It probably was not a foreign thing for someone like Abraham to consider the notion of human sacrifice, given some of the religions that were probably there in that area.
Well, to be fair, that is one of the other things that I was, going to be laying forward here too, right? There's multiple theological things to grasp here. And that we're still not even done with those three, right? There's also a prophecy of the Messiah here. He says he's going to provide a lamb.
Hang on, before you chase that rabbit down that hole, I'm just talking about from the perspective of this. This is an Old Testament. This is a part of the Jewish tradition, right? Before you read in Christian theology to make all that fan fiction line up, in the Jewish tradition, there's this basic story, right, of this man who's dedicated enough to go forward with the sacrifice. But from a historical perspective, based on when this story came about, the idea that a person would be asked by a god to sacrifice a human, even their own kid, was not uncommon. So when we read the story, it's like, well, this is a weird thing to do. The way that God does this, though, still raises an issue. This God doesn't just blatantly say, I'm never going to have you do human sacrifice and I don't ever want you doing that again. He deceives Abraham into a ritualistic sacrifice of his kid, only to stop him at the last minute. Literally the last minute. It describes Abraham as having the knife in his hands, ready to kill him. He's, no. Here's a goat. There's a goat right there in the bushes. Use this instead. He has to deceive Abraham to get his point across. So he does.
And what is another word for a deception, Jefferson?
It's a lie. That God lied to Abraham, and that's not that unusual a thing either. Old Testament gods and gods from these other areas, these other cultures, do stuff like that. They sneak up on people. They play tricks. They take people in the middle of the night. They demand sacrifices, human sacrifices.
They bang chicks.
So real quick though, and Marty didn't realize Puffsy was a moderator tonight. He wasn't doing the hand thing, and she had thrown her hand up in the private.
I just put my hand up just now. When CJ, you say you think your God is incapable of lying, like he just doesn't have that capability.
I would just say that it's not within his nature. I mean, incapable is kind of a power claim, in the sense that does he have the capabilities to do it? I mean, yeah, sure, but but as far as what his actual nature is, I just don't think it's within his nature to tell lies.
But if you believe the Bible, he deceived Abraham in this story. If you believe that story occurred the way it's described.
Right, but as I've been explaining here, right, I mean, I don't buy into your guys' claim here that this is a lie. I don't think that this is a lie. He's not saying, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, or Isaac is going to be sacrificed, right? He's trying to make a point. And by the way, this is not an uncommon thing, right? Jesus himself does actually claim
that he's trying to make a point has nothing to do with it.
My question is this.
Your sin is a burnt offering.
My question is this. I have a bigger question. Why do you selectively pick which parts of the Bible that you say are what they present at face value, and then you say other parts aren't?
I don't.
Hermeneutics.
You don't live.
I just watched a 2-hour debate or back and forth between you and Knock about Tyre, where you did that.
I didn't, though.
You selectively picked this part of the Bible is accurate, and this is saying what actually happened, and this part is just a little bit of embellishment. It's a little boisterous.
No, that is literally not at all the argument that I made.
You said yes. You were like, this part is accurate. This part
No, I
is
said the whole thing was accurate. I was making the claim that the whole thing was literally accurate.
But then, how can you say that when you said other parts
Yeah.
were turned the
Can I add something real quick?
which is not being accurate?
Yeah, hey, real quick before, was that Hunter that just spoke up?
Yeah, Hunter wanted to come in and
Yeah. And so check it out. Knock is here. Welcome, Knock. Now that I assume means that we don't have to end at 9:30. That you'll keep going, right, Knock?
yeah, I can go till about 11 probably.
Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say my goodbyes, and Puff will still be the moderator, but Knock's here now, so we don't have to end at 9:30, which is a beautiful thing for you guys, and I can still get to bed at Boomer o'clock.
Good seeing you, John.
Bye,
All
John.
right. Hey, thank you so much. Hey, see you later, Knock.
All right. Yeah. Have a good night, man.
Back
Good
down.
job, Puff.
It was a great
Right,
show
have a
with
good
you,
rest of your
John.
night.
Thank you.
So I wanted to.
We lost Hunter. There you are. Well, go ahead, Jake, and then Hunter, you can go after Jake makes his point.
Well,
Yeah,
it,
sure.
it kind of sounds like CJ is making the point. God's like, I want you to go to this place with the intent to sacrifice your son. I'm not telling you to do that, but I want you to have that intent. Therefore, it's not a lie. Is that about right, CJ?
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, for the most part. I mean, because it's not like he's. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, when you have this command, right? A command, first off, by definition, I don't see how a command can be a lie because it's not a statement, right? It's a command. They're different things. They're different aspects of language. I think that in and of itself just kind of eliminates that this could be a lie.
It's a lie in context.
Even even with that said, it's not like,
Wait a minute. So like if a sergeant were to tell a private, go kill that Iraqi because that Iraqi just killed 14 servicemen. But that sergeant knows that Iraqi didn't kill 14 servicemen. 14
Can I respond?
Servicemen. So that command, by its very nature, couldn't be a lie.
Well, so
can I respond to this real
is
quick?
not the command. The because.
Well,
is the explanation for the command.
Yeah. Hunter came in because he's a Christian as well. I'm not sure if you know Hunter, CJ, and I'm just getting here, so I'm really not sure where we're at in the conversation. I'm just gonna play moderator. Go ahead, Hunter.
Yeah, so this is all revolving around Abraham's, the Genesis 22 specifically. And concerning with Genesis 22, like to modern readers, God's command appears unusually cruel. And given the example of modern time examples, is just an example how it appears unusually cruel. But to Abraham, it would not have seemed this way because Abraham lived in a land where idol worshippers and just all sorts of different people desperate to gain God's favor would sacrifice their first children at altars. And you have those with the Ammonites, you have these with the Milcoms, you have these with all sorts of other deities in the land of Abraham. So this would have been completely normal to Abraham. So in essence, God's command would prove whether or not Abraham was as committed to his God as people around him were to theirs. If Abraham would be the father of the faithful, for instance, it would require of him even a deeper faith in God than possessed by the average person at the time. But notice Abraham, in this case, is obedient, yet before he strikes, God stops him, showing he has proven himself faithful, but that he did not need to sacrifice his son, as the culture did in his time, which would make God actually better than the culture who says it's good to sacrifice their son.
There's another aspect that's gone missing, but go ahead, Marty.
My major issue with that story is the fact that God would even command anybody to sacrifice their son or sacrifice their child as a test of faith. Like, he couldn't pick something else, or like, why does he constantly all these tests of faith all the time? Like, I would never sacrifice my kid, ever. Like, that's just not. Right. And I know Christians that would say, well, not that I would go and just sacrifice my kid automatically, but it would be something to think about. No, the fuck, it's not. It's nothing to think about.
But here's the point. To modern readers, God's does appear usually cruel, but in Abraham's time period, that wouldn't have been. That was the norm.
But
Right,
So
but
of course you would say
we're
that.
reading it now. I'm not talking about then. I'm talking now.
Right.
This
Even-
time period now.
Even by the standards of Abraham's time, the problem with that story is that God isn't behaving like a god. He's been anthropomorphized. So the psychological technique that he's using on Abraham to basically test his resolve and his faithfulness to him is no different than what a warlord might do for a new soldier or general, or what a mob boss would do for a new gangster. Put him in a false
Here's the
situation.
connection, though.
So
Here's the
the idea
connection,
here is
though.
that the story originates essentially from a failure of imagination, and in order to convey something about this deity's nature, they anthropomorphize not only his tactics but his psychology as well. That does
There is
mean
an
that the
alternative,
story
though.
conveys deception.
Not necessarily, because there's also an alternative. What could actually be happening here is that God is actually utilizing the culture to actually reach out and actually connect with the most that he possibly can. Thus, Abraham.
So it's not lying in
doing
that.
the-
So God's morality is relative.
No, not necessarily. What I'm actually saying is that God is actually saying, God is showing to Abraham that no, you don't need to sacrifice your son like the average norm. And so that actually made God better than the average norm in Abraham's time, which, so in other words, we should actually be we actually should be on God's side saying, no, it's a good thing that he stopped Abraham from killing his son like everybody else does back then. But the only thing is
Can I make a point? Can I make a point?
But real quick, yeah, real quick, let me just finish. Let me just, you can go. Let me just finish real quick. I'm sorry, but that's kind of my point. God is doing actually what Abraham is doing what the normal person is, but God is telling him, no, you've shown that you will do just as much.
Your audio is jacked up.
The point that you're trying to make.
Oh, wait a second. Are you saying he 21 jump streeted his followers?
I was going to say, here's the thing. Here's the problem with what you're saying. That would make sense if the story started out that Abraham, for whatever reason, falls under he's under the misapprehension that he has to sacrifice his son in order to please Yahweh. And then while going through the motions, Yahweh steps in and is like, whoa. That's not the kind of God I am. But what you're trying to explain away misses the key component of the story. This does not start with Abraham's motivations or his sons. God specifically tells Abraham, you will offer up this son, the one that you just got, the one that you love the most. You will offer him up as a burnt offering to me. And he never meant for him to go through with it. That kind of psychological trickery is an anthropomorphication of that God. And
he doesn't
not necessarily.
He doesn't just tell him, I want you to sacrifice your son. He tells him when, he tells him where, he tells him what device to use. Like, he gives them like a whole fucking laundry list of a way to do this. It's not just sacrifice your kid to me and everyone has to go fuck yourself.
I think there's a lot of things kind of being completely overlooked here, though. So first off,
yeah. Well, I was gonna make the point real quick though. So, but here's another kicker, Jefferson, that you're missing as well, though. You're missing the fact that Abraham is to be the father of the faithful, correct? So how is he to be shown by his works that he is faithful to God? That is by doing the very same thing that means giving up the very thing, as CJ was pointing out earlier, that Abraham was willing to give. Well,
you're focusing on Abraham instead of focusing on the fact that why God would even ask someone to do that in the first place.
Okay, Hunter.
And Marty's, hang on, Lisa. Let me go real quick. Marty's absolutely right, because the issue here is that point might make a point, but the only point that would actually cement is that Abraham is meant to be this patriarch, and from him is going to come this chosen people. But whenever God tells you that to scrub it and reboot, you better do it. And God does come to that. That tradition carries on in the other stories. After the golden calf in Exodus, God is willing to wipe out all the Israelites. Moses has to talk him out of it. So anytime this issue comes up between God and establishing like a line of chosen people, God gets really morally goofy. One, he's supposed to be perfectly moral and he's supposed to be immutable. He's a perfect being. He shouldn't change. But in Abraham, he uses psychological trickery to teach Abraham a lesson about dedication. And then he turns around and has to be convinced by a mortal not to go back on his word and start over with another population.
Hey, real quick, I just need to hold on. I need to interject real quick, and then I'll leave. Apropos of nothing, but just I'm triggered right now. As soon as I left, I went to the live chat and I tried to post pretty innocuous. It was for CJ to see. I posted, dumbest statement ever. A command cannot be a lie. I tried to post that motherfucker 3 times, and YouTube kept erasing it. No swear words or anything. Like, what the fuck, YouTube? Like, so we can't use the word dumbest anymore? Like,
YouTube made me hit the show button because somebody said, "Hey there" yesterday. I shit you not. They said, "Hey there," and I had to show it because YouTube hit it.
held it for review. Yeah. So anyway, that's all I wanted to come in here and say. Sorry to come in here and verbally abuse you, CJ, but I just was like flipped out that they wouldn't let me post that simple. Later.
You're good.
Yeah.
So Hunter.
Oh, go ahead, Lisa. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. Okay. So, all right. Well, you may have a point with Abraham, but you've got a problem with Jephthah because God did not stop Jephthah from offering his daughter to him.
Here's
So
the funny thing.
You can't.
Yeah,
you
so I know
cannot,
exactly what.
you cannot
So
say.
here's the funny thing with Jephthah. Sorry, go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm so sorry.
You cannot say, okay, well, he did it, this time because he doesn't want human sacrifice. But then on the other hand, Jephthah does the very same thing. Granted, God didn't tell him to do that, but nonetheless, Jephthah does the very same thing. And God says, yeah, go ahead.
Here's the funny thing about it, though. Jephthah was the one that made the covenant with God. And so on Jephthah's fault for making that covenant upon himself, Jephthah was the one who had to go through with it because he's the one that made that covenant, not the other way around, like you have with God and Abraham.
That seems a little.
I would also point out quickly that Judges is clear that the events that take place in Judges are not being endorsed or condemned, but just simply being communicated. It says numerous times, and in that time there was no king, and each man did that which was good in his own eyes. So none of the stories in Judges are meant to explicitly endorse or condemn the actions of the judges.
Well, if God accepts the sacrifice, you have a major issue. If your position is God doesn't want the sacrifice of innocent children.
Well, he's not even in that story. Like that story is strictly speaking of Jephthah.
I'm not familiar with this story. I'm just basing that upon what I've heard the last couple
Jephthah makes a covenant with God that if he wins the battle, he'll sacrifice the first thing that he sees come out of his house when he gets back from the battle. The first thing that comes out of his house is not a goat. It's not his wife. It's not his concubine. It's his daughter. And his daughter, I believe, is a virgin. He allows her to go basically play in the woods with her friends for 3 months. Then he takes and sacrifices her. At no point does God ever interject. At no point does God reject the covenant or the sacrifice. At no point does God make any attempt to stop it. He just allows it to happen. And apparently it's his will because he helped him win the battles.
I think it's ironic, though, how we're condemned God for not stopping a sacrifice. But then when God does stop a sacrifice, Abraham, it's still being condemned. So you either way, it's a lose-lose situation.
At no point did we condemn God for stopping the sacrifice. We condemn the character of God for commanding the sacrifice.
Wait, say that again. Sorry, say that again.
We condemn the character of God for commanding the sacrifice or commanding Abraham to attempt the sacrifice. Now, you said earlier, Hunter, that this shows that this God is better than the other gods of the region. Well, one step above evil is still evil. It's still evil.
No. So let me explain that one again.
It's still evil to command a father or anybody to sacrifice a child.
With that, here's the problem, though. I think there's a misconception, though, because again, even scholars say that you cannot, when it comes to Bible methods or anything like that, or biblical methodologies. You can't just read into the text with your own mindset. You have to read it as it's naked. You have to look at it as if there's nothing on it to change the way it looks or do anything like that. You have to read it for what it is, and that's also commanding in the time of what it is as well. So you have and that's a big case for hermeneutics. So again,
I disagree with your point entirely. What you're telling me is, just understand the morals of the people at the time. I don't care about the morals of the people. That we're talking about is a character of God that's supposed to be good. A good God would never command that.
But here's the
thing:
doesn't matter. Is moral subjective?
Say again.
Is moral subjective to the cultures of the time?
There is a subjective component to morality, and there may or may not be an objective component. But if there is a God, its morals should be above reproach.
I would say yes.
There's a God, it has a responsibility to be moral, despite what the morals are of the people. It has to be moral.
Yeah, which is what exactly great point, because that is exactly why in the norm, to show that not only is Abraham faithful, but God is above the cultural norm, and he didn't have to sacrifice his son, thus making God
he lowered himself
than the
down.
No,
he lowered himself down to the point where he commanded somebody to sacrifice a child. Nobody and nothing moral would ever do that. I don't care why. That's immoral.
Reasonably though, why? Why did he command? Why did Abraham command? Why did God command Abraham to sacrifice his son? Why? Culturally, or actually historically. Let's speak historically.
The whole point of the story is to say, Abraham is willing to go all in all. He's willing to be a crazy evangelical and go do anything for God, and that was completely unnecessary. God already.
No. You're missing out half of it. So you're only given.
How do you know? How do you know what God was thinking as he was making those commands?
You're trying to make.
So here's the thing: the Ammonites, and you have the Muslims as well. This was a cultural norm in that time period, right? So the idea is, and you see this all throughout antiquity and in the ancient Near Eastern texts, where you see polemics actually attacking other gods, saying that they're better than the other, and this is actually noted as a polemic to the other gods of that culture, which shows that God is actually above those gods in his judgment and also in his mercy as well. So that's how we can actually know, because of antiquity and because of the ancient Near Eastern culture as well.
Okay, but if we're talking about culture and we're talking about our God is better than your God, then you still have the dilemma of explaining Jephthah's daughter, because if our God is better than your God, then he would not expect Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter. Plus,
not necessarily.
You also have to explain the fact that if God is all powerful, he would have known that Jephthah's daughter would have been the first out of the house. Why didn't God make a goat come first?
So two things. First of all, I think you're with all knowing, being that it was Rachel, or that you want the goat to appear. Second of all, the idea that you're presupposing that God has to intervene now with Jephthah and his daughter. So you're saying that your morals are higher than God, when actually it could be the idea that God is just allowing the very thing that Jephthah do it.
Actually, my morals are higher than your God's, and no, I don't believe in a God. So
okay, well then your morals aren't higher than something that doesn't exist. So, but anyway,
exactly.
They're higher than the character of God.
Okay, so
my morals are also higher than Voldemort.
So first of all, as a Christian, of course, I disagree. I don't think your morals are higher than God. But that's just a statement versus a statement. There's not really anything we can do to back that up if morals are just subjective, right? So it.
Well, I mean, there are things that we can do to kind of test that. Like, so, I mean, would directly killing innocent children, would that be immoral?
Oh, so are you referring to, like, for instance, the biblical examples? Because I've seen you rage.
Well, I'm just asking a general question about morality. If somebody were to go around killing innocent children, would that person be moral for doing so?
So it's funny that you really do ask this, because there's a thing in cultural history called federal headship. I don't know if you ever heard of this.
Nope.
Again, it has to. So it has
If
to, again,
it justifies like killing children to be moral, then I probably don't care about
no,
it.
well, no, sure. But here's the thing, though. What we have to actually consider is if God is honestly, wanting the entire world to, come to His side. Of course, He's going to try to, get to them in the best way He can, since of course humanity has free will attribute to them.
That doesn't make any sense.
If there's free will, then it makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. Because the entire story, if Christians are correct and the Old and New Testament are bound up and consistent and everything is leading to the eventual sacrifice by Jesus Christ, the idea that God needs to lure people to make the right decisions to come to Him makes no sense whatsoever. What's the point of an eternal? What is the point of a holy sacrifice in the form of
Romans
Jesus?
8:28.
Well, hang on. What do you mean? What's the point? I don't even understand. Like, what's even the logic of that question? Like, how does it follow that there's no point?
God controls everything.
Yeah, without a sacrifice, do you guys think that you could get to heaven?
No, absolutely not. It's the whole point.
Then what's the point?
Real quick, to answer your question, Romans 8:28 answers your question, and I'm not preaching. It's just the Christian answer, pretty much, and it says we know that for those who love God, that is, for those who are called according to His purpose, all things are working together for good. So no matter what, even when it's free will, God is still intervening in those things, or not intervening. That is actually not true. God is actually working in with those things for all things to come together for good, which would be God Himself. So,
like Paul, hang on. Like Paul, do you believe that certain people were purpose built for damnation?
The only example of that is Judas. So no.
No, it's not.
No, Paul says God has made some for destruction and some for I don't know what he says.
I've been told I'm one of those.
Also, Paul.
Well, let me respond to that real quick.
No, hang on. I want to make another point. God also says through Paul, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated, from the womb, before they did anything. Anything.
From the room, you're actually referring to David, who God knew even when he was in his womb. The other part where you're talking about where about predestined or anything like that, Paul is actually referencing Jeremiah 18. And so with Jeremiah 18, you're actually talking about the potter. Like, who is this? How can the clay tell the potter that he's in the wrong? Actually, when you read Jeremiah 18, it actually shows that the clay itself can actually come to repentance on its own choice. So Paul is actually referring to the Old Testament, and in the context of what he's referring to, that clay still has the choice and free will.
Well, and I would point out too that the Bible does seem
actually do that.
And God does use things like, for instance, He uses the Assyrian Empire, He used the Babylonian Empire to bring out His justice. So those things were used according to God's will.
Hang on, no, Paul. This is from Paul, Romans 9:22. What if God, intending to show His wrath and make His power known, bore with great patience the vessels of wrath prepared for destruction? What if He did this to make the riches of His glory known to the vessels of His mercy, whom He prepared in advance for glory, including us, whom He has called not only from the Jews, but also from the Gentiles? He's talking about He also said in verse 16, so then it does not depend on man's desire or effort, but on God's mercy. That's it.
Now read Jeremiah 18 reference to that.
Following verse 25? There's a reference.
Jeremiah 18.
Why would I go back to that when he's quoting from Hosea?
He's also quoted from Jeremiah 18 as well.
You're talking about does not the potter have the right to make from the same lump of clay one vessel for special occasions and another for common use? But in Jeremiah, it's one unto honor and the other unto dishonor. One for preservation, one for destruction.
And Jeremiah 18 specifically is about the potter and the clay. So he's referencing Jeremiah 18 in that. So I would recommend you go back and read Jeremiah 18 as well, because you're quoting one part and also quoting one part that Paul is taking of. But again, in hermeneutics, we have to consider all the scripture as a whole, not just
But that was brought up when Paul brings that up in verses 19 through 21. Paul is bringing that up for people who would use that. Why did God make me this way? And Paul is saying, well, who are you to act? Just like Jeremiah, who are you to say? Who are you to judge God? God made you this way. Deal with it.
Hermeneutics is what Jill says.
But I don't think he uses that word right now. He keeps using that word.
I just hate that. All right, so and I want you to answer Jefferson Spatchcock. I hate the word hermeneutics or the fact that you've got to use the whole Bible. That's crap. It wasn't written all at the same time. But you know, my question about is it moral to kill innocent children never got answered. So I definitely want to go back there. But please, you and Jefferson can carry on.
I'm also wrapping presents because, you know, Christmas is coming up. I'm wrapping presents for my wife, and she's locked in not locked literally, but she's, you know, pretty much staying in the back room so that I can wrap her presents. So I do got to go in a second. But Rage, I do appreciate coming on as well. I do still want to have our 2-on-2 talk if we can. By the way, the reason I
talked to Leo about it, and I sent you a message. I think I butchered the message on Twitter because I think I was on my phone, but I did send you a message on Twitter, and we can talk there. That's like the easiest place for me.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. So the reason why I use hermeneutics is because it's actually a method. It's a science of interpreting ancient literature. That's what hermeneutics is. So it's a methodology. If you actually, I'm actually in. Okay, so first of all, that is a science. Believe it or not, I'm in my master's for Christian studies. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You're clearly and factually wrong.
Hermeneutics is a methodology for certain interpretations, but hermeneutics, depending on what methodology that you're applying to any of the texts, you can get very different interpretations. That's one of the first things you learn when you start studying hermeneutics.
I know that.
And critical methodologies.
I'm aware of that, but I'm also.
So it's not a science.
Okay. No.
You don't apply the scientific method. You don't have 19 different versions of the scientific method. Hermeneutics is more like literary criticism. You can criticize it as a capitalist. You can criticize it as a Marxist. You can criticize it as a feminist, etc.
No, I know what you're saying, but it's really, I mean, if you're going to get if you're going to get butthurt over the term science used on a methodology,
I'm not. I think it's important to be accurate in terms. Saying that it's scientific is not accurate. Hermeneutics.
I'm not referring to literally the scientific method here.
Then don't say science. You were right when you said it was a methodology. It's a methodology, a critical approach.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna drop it there, but believe it or not, there actually are even scholars in hermeneutical methodologies or hermeneutics or whatever, or however literary sciences, things like that. It is a type of science within its own background.
If they're saying that, they need to quit.
Okay, well, that's your opinion versus the scholars. So I'm going to go with
It's not just my opinion. Hermeneutics is way too...
For the record, I just looked up dictionary.com. It says hermeneutics is therefore the science of interpretation, exegesis, the application of this science. That is according to dictionary.com.
Thank you. So I'm going to leave it there because I know what I'm talking about. And I'm just going to leave it there. We can drop it, but I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay. Well, yeah, I suppose you could actually say what critical methodology within your hermeneutics are you applying? Because they're not uniform.
Literally. But nonetheless, it's still called a science in and of itself. So, and CJ just rightfully showed that. So get off the high horse there for a second and come back down here with us, and we can actually talk it out.
Yeah, I appreciate that dictionary.com is wording it that way. And apologists have done that.
I'm out. I'll see you guys later. Rage, I'll message you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Yeah, you too. I actually agree with Jefferson. I mean, I think that the usage of science there is more an adjective than the actual term science.
I mean, either way, it just shows that was a really ridiculous thing to get all stuck up on. Quite frankly, he didn't even get to make this final point, and he was like 3 sentences in before we started getting stuck up on something that he accurately used.
I never got my question answered, so I think it's kind of evened out there. I asked a question and I got something that didn't even come close to my question. All right, but so fair enough. Whatever.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Knock. Earlier in the stream, I asked Otangelo a question, and you know what he did? He totally fucking changed the question.
Yeah. I would check in here periodically, and I couldn't listen because I was at work, but I could see the chat, and I saw the chat seemed very interested. So whatever it was, I'm sure it was really great, and I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. So. But yeah, we can continue. I the claim was made that the morality of God can't be tested, and I think that thinking alone is just this elitist attitude that God can't be questioned and God can't be tested. We have an understanding of what moral is, and it's very simple. It can get gray. People can have different perceptions of minute things that are moral, but I think most people will tend to agree that the killing of innocent children is immoral. However you do it, that's why Christians love attacking atheists that are pro-choice, because they say we love killing human beings, because killing innocent children is immoral. That's why you attack us for that, right? We can all agree on that. And yet, when we make claims that God, his morality can't be tested, and then we clearly see that God commits murder in the Bible with the flood and kills innocent children, or when he sent his whatever it was to Egypt and killed all the firstborn children of Egypt, you can test that morality. Now, Christians can sit here and say that, God is above that, but that's just horse shit. We can test it. It's immoral to kill innocent children. God kills innocent children. Therefore, God is immoral. Pure and simple. I'm sorry. I said my piece. Y'all go ahead.
I think I've had this discussion before. You can try to claim that God, as described, is moral, and that everything it's doing is moral. If you sort of take kind of the divine command approach to it, that it's simply moral because it's a kind of tautology. God is good. Good is God. Right? Anything that it does, just by definition, is good. But at that point, you can't then refer back to that particular being as a standard for your own morality. You have to establish a separate human standard. There's a creator-creation distinction that's something that many Christians take very seriously, but they surrender it when it comes time to actually deal with the idea that, simultaneously they want to deal with the notion that we have a metaphysical grounding of goodness, and it's the nature of this being. That being doesn't have anything to do with our standards of morality. It doesn't matter if it drowns absolutely everybody or half of the planet or just those that it doesn't happen to like at the time. That's moral for a being like that if you just accept its authority as good by definition. If that being does anything terrible, rapes, murders, orders, any of these kinds of things, it's good by definition. So at that point, morality does become subjective because it's not wrong when God does it. It's wrong when you do it. And in fact, what you end up getting is a moral system where the more alike you behave in terms of mirroring your actions similar to God's, the more of a moral monster you are. And that's actually true. If God can drown all the world except a select family, he's justified in doing that because he made the world and he made everybody in it. If I decide that my entire neighborhood needs to drown because I find them unrighteous, I'm a moral monster. If I can somehow pull this off and actually inflict that will on my neighborhood. I don't have the right to do this. I'm supposed to be living cooperatively with other human beings and valuing each other's lives and all these other kinds of things. And even Christians, when they say that the idea that murder is bad because of a deontological or a teleological aspect, that when you murder or harm another human being, you're harming an image bearer, someone created in the image of God. It's not that you're necessarily doing something bad to a human per se. You're fucking with God's stuff. And that's it. That's the extent of their morality. You have two standards of morality, God's and ours. Both are completely subjective at that point, except for ours, because we have to create an objective in order to get along with each other, because God is either destined to save us or certainly out to get us. And depending on when and why you read the Bible, it's oftentimes a combination of both, which creates a schizophrenic relationship.
See, I think the answer to that is like way simpler than you make it out to be, which is simply that, and this is just a fact according to the scripture, right? Now, obviously, there's the interpretations of outside of that, right? But if you take the Bible at face value, it makes perfectly clear, like I said earlier, this sort of authorship relationship to creation. It's not like, it is literally like God being the creator of all things. And included in that is the fact that he will be the arbiter of all life and death. There's not a single person who has ever died under any circumstances who did not have their life taken by God if the Bible is correct. That's just the way it goes. He's the one who decides when you're here, and he's the one who decides when you left. And regardless of how or when exactly that happened, that authority is his. And I don't see how that's a contradiction at all.
There's nothing. The contradiction happens when you try to make that thing the standard of our morality, because that does not fit. If I went and operated with it, that if I went and decided that I can operate as if God is, or what if I just take into account that the only morality that matters is God? Horseshit. I can step in front of all traffic and simply say, as some fundamental fundies in Islam do, inshallah, right? It's God's will. I don't have to take any responsibility.
Well, yeah, exactly. If by that logic, I could fucking kill. I could go and kill my girlfriend and just say, you know what, it was her time.
Yeah, if I can get away with it.
God wrote it in that book of life. I mean, that's ridiculous, CJ.
No, it isn't at all, because what you're doing here is, in fact, I can just go back to our own author story distinction that I had already brought up earlier, right? If you just look at it from the perspective of the author and what he's doing with his story, right? So just take the Star Wars example. I always do because it's popular, everybody knows it, right? Darth Vader's slaughter of those Jedi, right, was actually definitely written out of the pen of George Lucas, right? And yet at the same time, we understand there's a separation between that and what you would call the quote will,
but you can't have
it, right? Which is to actually
you can't have the narrative explanation and then turn around and then appeal to free will when you want to condemn the individual. If Darth Vader wasn't written by George Lucas and these were all free will actors, if it was actually, if Star Wars represented the way the world is supposed to be according to Christians, God wrote the story, but all the characters can do whatever they want. So we could have ended up with a very different Return of the Jedi movie. Hell, we could have ended up with a very different initial movie where basically Anakin never turns to the dark side, or he just doesn't. He decides not to fight in the Clone Wars. He fucks off and has a sandwich.
Well, in the case of the Bible, it would be a both and thing, and one of the reasons for that is because when humans could just to get stick with the creation example, when humans create something, and this is actually something put forward by Tolkien. Fun fact: everybody who's interested in J.R.R. Tolkien's writings, we're only sub creators, right? We don't actually create anything. Our creatures, in the end, aren't actually creatures; they're figments of our imagination. God, on the other hand, is an actual creator who actually creates things. And so his creatures can do things that our quote unquote creatures could not, like, for example, possess some level of free will.
So now you're no longer talking about a narrative in any meaningful sense.
That's not correct. That's something that you would, you yourself would be pushing forward as a limitation on God.
If you want to
have it both ways, then you can't do that.
If all of Shakespeare's characters can turn around and do the exact opposite of what Shakespeare wanted them to do, we are no longer talking about a narrative in any instructive or illustrative form. This does nothing to help anyone come to any kind of understanding about how God ordains or orders the universe. It only muddies up the issue. Now,
well,
if
to be fair, there's actually
free
something
will
inherent in that, though, that I think is just a false thing, right? The Bible at no point in time actually says that we need to perfectly understand this. The Bible's very clear that predestination is a thing, and it's also very clear that free will is a thing. How exactly that works, I don't necessarily need to know.
Real quick, and then I'll let you go. I wrote down what I wanted to say earlier, so I shouldn't forget it. But I love that word predestination. It was predestination that gave the European the right to slaughter my people. It was God that told him, "Hey, this is your land. God gave this land to you, not to them fucking Indians, and that justified their fucking slaughter of my people. I love that word. Thank you.
What do you mean? What do you mean, your people?
Hey, I'm the only person. I'm the only person that goes out and says it was predestined when I go stabbing people at the mall.
Well, I have a point that I think I have a quick point. CJ, you
Jay was trying to punch into. So after Marty, Jay go.
Oh no, I was just making a snarky comment. That's what do you mean, your people? That's
yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead, Marty.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah, not. Yeah. What my people? What am I talking about?
What do you mean, your people? What do you mean, you people?
I was just gonna
that got dicey.
I was just gonna real quick say, if CJ, if you're equating George Lucas with writing Star Wars to God writing the Bible, we can prove George Lucas exists. George Lucas exists.
Example, though. I'm sorry. That's actually moving the goalpost entirely because it does nothing.
It's not actually. It's not. George
no,
Lucas
it's actually not moving the goalpost.
It literally is the textbook
It's literally
definition.
not.
It literally is. We're not talking about whether or not God exists. What we're talking about is how this works according to the biblical framework. That's like
right. So,
actually, you did put in a big if there, CJ. So you said if my God exists and if this is true, then God can't commit murder because he's the arbiter of life and death. You're the one that actually brought in the if your God exists scenario here.
Well, obviously, if we're questioning the morality of God, I assume that you guys are stepping into the worldview because that's sort of how an internal critique works. Everybody knows that.
Well, okay, but the truly terrible part about you equating it to Star Wars and him being like George Lucas, that makes our reality fiction. It means that we're not really.
Again, that's a creator example on that. Our creation's our fiction, but our God's is not. We are the sub-creation made in the image of God.
If you, I hate this. I just like real quick. I really hate this like internal critique thing. Like, so I have to internally critique myself as a Christian, and yet when I go into the rooms of Christians, they don't internally critique themselves as fucking atheists. No, they just attack me for being a fucking atheist.
That's not true. I have to do internal critiques all the time. In fact, I had an interview with Skylar Fiction where the whole thing we did was just look at what he meant by objective. Or not objective by non-objective morality.
So you're the one to blame for why he's not on.
I mean, maybe I guess I don't know. I doubt that.
What I'm saying is this: if I agree to do an internal critique of your position, I can do that because I'm from Christianity. But I'm not here to do that right now. I'm here to have a conversation. I mean, you're.
Yeah, but you can't jump in and out of it, though.
What do you mean? I can't jump in and out of it?
It's a public forum. Yes, you can't jump in and out of it.
Okay, but then you're not making a coherent argument. You're making a dishonest argument.
But I wanted to hang on.
But
if you're trying to appeal to people, if you're trying to appeal to people to perform an internal critique on a narrative, you need to pick which narrative, because the Bible is not a uniform book. I agreed with you when you were talking about that earlier with Jake. You've got lots of different traditions, lots of different books, lots of different perspectives, and lots of different motives. And some of the ideas that they talk about in terms of God's creation and how it works, emphasis on people being destined or people being fated to things based on God's will, or people being complicit and people being having to absolutely own up to their own choices because it's completely up to them. It's completely up to free will. Those emphases change depending on which books of the Bible that you're reading, Old Testament, and in some cases, even in the New. The emphasis changes a little bit. So if you want people to do an internal critique, you have to pick your target. It can't just be the entire Bible, because unlike what most Christians do theologically and say, here's a theological viewpoint of how the Bible all just works. If you're reading it from an atomized perspective and studying it historically, it does not hold together that well. It only holds together if you add a theology onto it.
And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to hold the position that God is the arbiter of life and death. I don't see God beating the shit out of his girlfriend and killing her. I see human beings doing that.
Yeah, but you can't know that God doesn't like to beat his girlfriend.
Yeah, he probably does.
Jesus. I would further contend that is God cosplaying.
Well, Rage, I don't disagree with that statement, right? That's why I bring up this whole idea of that, and like I said, it's not my idea, it's Tolkien's idea.
Oh, sweet, a mouse.
That we are the sub-creation, right? Our creations are not the same thing as God's creations. For what somehow it works, and I don't know how, okay? And I don't think
Tolkien,
there's any
like,
reason why I need to know how, but somehow it works that God
is this in the
both
Lord of the Rings
author
or the
and he's
Silmarillion?
capable of giving his creation free will.
That's
Okay, but let me ask you this then. You use this example.
That
Sorry,
is
Jake. I'll let you
literally
go.
not.
Let's say that this.
Why did you say that?
We can imagine.
Hey,
this.
one person jump on the theist at one time. Thank you.
George
Sorry,
R. R.
just thought I'd come in here and just run the channel.
Let's say
This is. I'm sorry. I don't mean to always jump on the theists that come in here.
My
CJ, you're being
question
a
is why?
No, I just got this image of CJ just standing there by himself and all you guys with swords, and he's got he's standing there. Ha 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 ha.
That's the problem.
He's down on the ground, and we're all kicking him in the face. And
But I mean, there's a very simple example to give. It's basically like a Twilight Zone episode or an Amazing Stories episode, where you have somebody who's writing books, just basic stories. Then one day they write a story, and all of the characters come to life, and then those characters demonstrate free will. The author tries to plan out a narrative, has this planned out, but the actors and the character, all of the characters and everything within this narrative, they now take on a completely different. They have a role of their own. They have an internal life of their own. They make their own decisions. You're no longer talking about someone writing a narrative. It's categorically different. So trying to make the comparison, this is just like the way that it's just like an author when they write a book, except that God's characters are all real. Yeah, okay, but they also have free will. An author's characters do not have free will. They work according to the author's plot and device. Your example works if you're a Calvinist, the hyper-Calvinist, that believes that everything is all written out. God knows absolutely everything, and you are going to obey. You are going to work out exactly the way he planned. But you can't hold to that and simultaneously think that you have anything close to resembling actual free will.
See, I absolutely think you can. And in fact, I've even come up with the terminology for it. I call it homilethia. I've actually shared it with numerous other atheist speakers before, Matthew Steele being the first of them. And the idea is that just because I might not have all of the information that allows me to put these things together, and like I said, I freely acknowledge that. I don't get it, but that is clearly what the Bible teaches. The Bible very clearly puts forward in certain areas this idea that we are absolutely aware of the morals we have and that we have free moral agency. And it also
part of the Bible, though?
Words predestined, right? So I have to take both of those things into account as a Christian.
CJ.
But you can't have free will and have your life predestined at the same time. That takes free will. If your life is predestined, you're not free to do whatever you want. You're free to free to follow the path that God already laid out for you.
There is somewhere a piece of information that we do not actually have at this moment that would explain that, and I don't know.
Actually, I think you're. Actually, real quick, I think. Damn, never mind. Go ahead, Lisa. You've talked less. Go ahead.
Have you ever thought that, gee, maybe I can't reconcile these two possessions because they aren't reconcilable? Have you ever thought of that?
Well, I mean, of course I've considered it, right? I mean, I've considered all the different positions. I mean, it's not very popular to take some kind of median position on the Arminian Calvinist issue. So believe me, I've thought about this for a long time, but I believe that the Bible puts forward, and I think it, with the information that I have, I can see, how that could be possible, even if I can't explain all the different pieces. And I actually, in my debate with Matthew Steele, I actually kind of explained this a little bit further. But basically, like I said earlier, the idea is, there exists a piece of information that connects these contradictory things somehow. And things like that have existed in the past, right? One of the famous examples, and to be fair, I guess I'm not 100% sure if it's accurate, but assuming it is, one of the examples is a lot of people didn't have any idea how it was possible that a bumblebee could fly, right? But it can. So somewhere information existed that explained logically how a bumblebee could fly. And I don't know if we figured that out or if that's an urban legend, but you get the idea, right? If you see something that is obviously the case, but the logic that you currently have contradicts that, then there's an extra piece of information that will explain that somewhere.
CJ, those are not irreconcilable positions. Those are, we don't know, so we're going to find out. What you are talking about are irreconcilable positions, period.
I don't believe that they are. I just simply don't believe that they are. And I think the bumblebee example is a particularly good example because if that particular example was true, right, which again, I don't know if that was an urban legend or not, But just assuming that it wasn't, right? The idea was that it
Get
was
it.
scientifically impossible for this to happen, yet it was.
Yes,
happening.
they used to think that about the Chinook, but it can fly.
Right, exactly.
The Chinook
right?
is a double, but there's a
Out there
physics
that proves
behind it.
the
It's,
quote unquote impossibility is in fact not an impossibility.
yes, but that's not irreconcilable. It's just something that you can simply not know.
Right, and that's precisely what I would argue in this particular
But
situation.
they're not logically
But it's not
incompatible.
Yes.
I don't believe that this is logically incompatible, though. Like I said,
It
it
is
seems to me
logically
like it'd be the
incompatible.
only logical situation if neither was
You
God.
sound like an abusive boyfriend. Oh, you made me hit you. No, you can't have free will and be forced to do something at the same time. That's not possible. Those are irreconcilable. It's like I'm going to give this ball free will. It doesn't have to go into this cup. It can do whatever it wants. You know, the ball has the free will to do whatever it wants. I'm not making it go into the cup. I'm only setting up the scenario ahead of time, and it can do whatever it wants. You know, if I put the ball over here, I just do that. The ball can do whatever it wants. It can go wherever it wants.
You can't have predestination and free will at the same time. It is logically impossible.
You're boiling it down. I'm sorry, Nuck. You're boiling things down to almost like a fatalist. It almost reminds me of like the 13th Warrior. Your fate is set. Fear profits a man nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a. So go ahead, finish, Jay. I'm sorry.
That's it.
Well, yeah,
to be fair, go ahead, Reg. Sorry.
I have one question and then a statement. So, has free will been around since God created mankind?
I mean, I do believe yes. I don't think that the fall could have happened if Adam and Eve didn't have some level of free will. If they were just robots, they obviously would have did whatever God pre-programmed them to do, which wouldn't be.
But is the fall actually a fall, or is it something that he actually wrote out?
Well, just real quick, Lisa. Real quick. So
just reconcile himself to mankind if he didn't already plant.
Now everything got really quiet.
This is no rage.
It's all right. I forgot it. It's cool.
I was gonna interject here. So, you know how they say that, like, okay, so God walked around the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve prior to that, right? And he had conversations with them. Those must have been the dopest conversations. But you know what the sad part was? Is that Adam and Eve, they didn't have any knowledge, right? So they couldn't remember any of those dope ass conversations. It was
Well, not that they didn't have knowledge. To be fair,
every
knowledge
morning, like, hey man, who are you?
It's like a naivete.
Yeah, but you know what? They couldn't know.
Actually, I wouldn't say it's
conversation, so they had to forget it all every morning.
Actually,
it was like 51st dates, but in the Garden of Eden.
I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't say it's naivete. I would say it's uninitiated. Because a lot of what we do, a lot of what happens when we come into this world, we come in uninitiated, and so we're introduced to this reality as infants, and we are becoming initiated. We're observing. Because we have no other choice. We come into this world, we're observing things, we're hearing things, we're tasting things, we're touching things, and some people are limited by that. Some people come into this world, unfortunately, sometimes they come in blind, deaf, sometimes eventually they do come blind or deaf or become blind or deaf. Either way, you are stuck dealing with this particular reality. And as you go through this world, you become initiated to different reality, the different things that you experience and things that you're initiated in. So you become initiated to a child being initiated to acting with a dog is acting with a dog, but the child doesn't understand what the concept of dog is, but it can still interact with that animal. So it's not naivety. It's just simply it's interacting with something that it can interact with in the reality that it's experiencing at the time. It isn't until later that you gain the cognitive faculties to understand the concepts of dog, mom, ball, cat, dad, run, walk, and all that. Those are concepts that are introduced later.
So that explains why my dad used to discipline me by throwing apples at me. It all comes together now.
What? as compared to pomegranates? Because I would argue that pomegranates would probably hurt far more than an apple.
No, what hurts is that I used to throw them in a tree and bust them open, and then when I was an adult, I found out that they sell for $5 a piece, and we had a tree growing on the side of our yard. It was a gold mine, and I was poor. I went to selling
$5 for an apple. What the hell?
For a pomegranate.
For a pomegranate. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we used to throw them at the tree and watch them explode, and the seeds go everywhere. Now I know that I literally had a gold mine on the side of my house, and I was throwing it at a tree.
Yeah, you should go to Egypt, man. They hand those things out like they're nothing.
Instead, I sold crack.
I sell crack. I sell crack to the community. Don't do that.
Hey, Richard Matson's
But anyway.
in the house.
Well, I mean, I
just
fall back on the.
I supposedly I really like women that smoke crack. I guess.
Oh God.
Yes, we all know. Yes,
Well, if
and
you
your
do-
disgusting genitals just happen to fall into those kind of women.
My genitals are disgusting. They're kind of lopsided, and you know.
That's what you
I
should
don't
tell.
know a
Yeah,
dude that hasn't looked in the mirror and been like, "This looks horrible."
That's why I only watch girl on girl porn movies, because
All right.
that whole section for boys is gross to look at.
Hey, I'll watch anything but dwarves, man.
Hey, and I'm just gonna say this.
little people, not little people.
I know I'm so horrible, but they scare me. I'm tall. Go ahead, Puff. And then before we get too sidetracked, I got a point to make about Hunter's argument that I wrote down 40 minutes ago, and I'm like, I'll just say it whenever we're done.
Oh, I was
Can
just
we
thinking
let,
Richard
Richard in?
don't shave it too much, man, because then you get that. If you get it real smooth, you get that boiled goose look, and it's just bad. It's just bad.
All right, true that.
I got a question. Why do Christians hate facts so much?
Facts.
Yeah, they hate facts.
Facsimiles.
I don't think they hate facts. I think that my personal opinion, no offense, CJ, you'll see it when you get on Facebook. I didn't at you, but I give props to, especially when I know that you don't like coming into really much open rooms, even Christian rooms, much less atheist rooms. So I give you props for being here. Didn't expect to see you here when I got home from work. I don't think that they run from facts. I think that they're just misguided on what facts are. I think that they believe in this thing that they can't truly prove to themselves exists, much less anybody else. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say that, but I mean, Smokey Saint will dismiss my ex as she can't be a Christian or not Smokey Saint. I should say Nicholas Whitmire, because fuck Nicholas Whitmire too. But Nicholas Whitmire would say that my ex can't be a Christian if she's having sex outside of marriage, which, I'm sure to these fundamentalists, that's quite true. But the fact of the matter is most Christians here in America do have sex outside of marriage. And a lot of them are the dudes, and they're married, and they have mistresses, and their mistresses get fucking pregnant, so they send them to the abortion clinic, and then they talk about all those evil people that have fucking abortion, right? So the people do have sex outside of marriage. So I don't even know how I started on this rant, but I'm just gonna say, fuck Nicholas Whitmire too.
So I've never seen a vagina before, so
I think that Christians do not like facts because alternative facts taste so good.
But yeah, before we get too sidetracked and off course, Hunter's argument, and I didn't speak up at the time because I just, I'm gonna let you guys go. I wrote it down. He's a good dude. I mean, I really like Hunter. I think he's young. He's got a lot of learning to do, and he's pretty smart for his age. Good. I mean, I enjoy nice Christians. I like talking. So he's a good dude. But
you fickle bastard. Only the nice Christians.
But there's a big but here. If I'm going to try to get a crackhead to stop smoking crack, I'm not going to go buy some crack, Give it to the
Well, you're
crackhead.
definitely
Like
not
smoke
going to
up.
get away from the crack
And
if you
then
keep bringing around big butts.
yeah, and then like what? Once the crackhead is about to light that crack, I don't be like, hold up, dude, take that crack pipe, take that crack, and be like, I don't smoke crack. And that was his argument about Abraham. It was essentially what God, God, he didn't want Abraham to kill his child. In fact, he just wanted to show Abraham that he's not like all those other gods that would demand that he kill his child. So God, he goes and he's like, Abraham, kill your child. And Abraham goes to kill his child, and then God's like, psych. No, dog, I'm not about that. That's the same analogy, and Christians love analogies. I don't go and buy a crackhead crack if I want him to stop smoking crack.
Well-
It's absolutely insane to make that fucking argument.
Actually, I'm gonna respond real quick. Not all Christians like analogies. It took them years just to try to. I don't even think that G-Man has ever even fully grasped what an analogy
he
is.
still doesn't understand what
He
that is.
he doesn't get it.
He doesn't grasp his own name. So, I mean,
what are you even saying right now?
He knows what an analgesic is. He buys them in tubes at the store for when his teeth hurt. Okay, all I'm saying is he knows about these things, man.
Well, I'm kind of curious, Knock. His argument. Can you post that on your general in Discord? I can ship that over to. I'll send it over to Nicola. Him and I were talking about John Maddox's argument for intelligent design, and yeah, he had some choice words to say about that.
Nicholas Whitmire?
No, not Nicholas Whitmire. John Maddox, or no, that Hunter person that Knock was talking about that had that argument. He said he had it. You said you had it written down.
Did that intelligent design also include a plan for one man from the Jersey area to get several urinary tract infections back to back over a short period of time, and end
That's
up
what
in the
happens.
hospital?
Well, that's what happens when somebody says "get a piece of pussy" and they take it literally and they do something with their cat.
Okay. I mean, you got to do something.
There's
in
plenty.
between those,
I don't know if
bonfires.
that's true or not, but that's what I heard.
Puff,
Those alcohol
No,
bonfires
he was
strike
doing
promotion.
push-ups in cat litter.
You weren't hating on Jersey, were you, Puff?
No, I wasn't hating on Jersey. I'm just saying, hey, when you live there and your
I'll hate
life
on Jersey.
revolves around moving blue barrels, things happen. You get sparked up emotions around the alcohol fire, and things happen. Can't be blamed for the way that you feel around a cat.
Is my brother still in here? I'm not looking at the screen right now.
No, he
is
left.
I don't see him.
Oh, he did. Oh, okay.
He was like, I detect that Rage is still a little angry. I'm gonna leave.
Well, my brother, people seem to think that my tone sounds terse and angry, but Jeff did sound. My brother does sound. Maybe we get that from our father. I don't know, but we sound angry.
Yeah, but I mean, I have to say I am angry. I did watch an hour and 20 minutes of the stream today, but I'm more angry at what I saw from Nicholas Whitmire, especially once Marty was interacting with him, and I'm more angry from what I saw from Chris Keith.
Oh, you mean when he was trying to dismiss her caring for a child that's actually existing as compared to being a proponent of choice and caring what a woman does.
I wrote it down somewhere, so I'm not going to have the exact quote, but I've got it written down. Like it's right here. All right, so I quote you. Nicholas Whitmire said, "Let me find it."
I was there when he was. I was there.
Quote: "You don't have a right to reject Christ because that is the devil hunting your family."
Yeah, and I was like, because I said, look, Smokey is attacking Nakasuchi's family right now, so that's some bullshit. And then he came out with that bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He literally came for me about abortion when I was saying, dude, this is not cool.
We do not have the fundamental right to reject Jesus Christ because by doing so, and this is the same argument. Now, I have spoken about this way back in the day. I got a death threat against my daughter, saying that it would be better. She's not listening because she's right there. She can't hear me. All right. So it would be better if she were dead and go to heaven than for her to grow up
with
and
you.
allow me to send her to hell.
That's
Yeah.
an argument. That's an argument for abortion right there.
And I mean, it's the same exact thing that Nicholas Whitmire is arguing. We don't have the right to reject
It would
Christ.
be it would be better, but then okay. So there's two
Okay.
problems there. There's two problems. There's two issues there. One, he's kind of giving an argument for abortion. It'd be better if this woman aborted her pregnancy than for this child to be raised with her. That could literally stem back to those nasty little arguments made towards Margaret Sanger, which would validate her, even though they don't like to do that. And the second thing
I
is,
just realized it's 10:30. I'm like, Ronnie, bedtime. It's 10:30, girl. You got school in the morning. You better go to bed. Go ahead, Jay.
but the other, what was I saying? I was blanking on another point. I'm blanking on my other point. Well, there's that, but that's the thing. When did he? Because I was there. I was there for some of that interaction between Nicholas Whitmire and Marty. I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah,
but there were several in there where he kind of like threw some zingers at you. Like basically he dismissed that you could care for anything. It was almost like he was making the argument you shouldn't care for anything because you support the murder of unborn babies.
Yeah, that's literally what he was saying to me, and I got to the point where I'm like, I'm not talking to you anymore, because I didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was a live stream and Smokey was talking about abortion, and I came in being pro-choice. And then that I could see that interaction. Nothing about abortion came up at all. And Nicholas jumps on my ass because I'm pro-choice. I can't possibly care about a living child. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And I got to the point where I'm like, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm not going to respond to you. And I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, like according to him, Andrea Yates shouldn't be in prison because she did the right thing because she didn't want her children growing up in an evil world and send them to heaven. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What?
Nicholas he tries to come off as like a nice guy, like I'm a nice simple Christian, but he's duplicitous. He's not a nice guy. He's fucking sneaky, and he's fucking
Well, the other thing about you don't have a right to reject Jesus. I don't understand that one if he's a proponent of free will, but maybe he's not. So I don't know enough about Nicholas's theology or his.
Yeah, he was saying that because I reject Jesus, I shouldn't have talked about. I shouldn't have been there sticking up for my friend who's getting shit on for no reason because I'm pro-choice and reject Jesus. That's basically what he was saying. I had no business caring about living people that I know personally, or at least not.
They do understand.
I took it like he was saying. I took it like he was saying that it's okay for Smokey to do what he's doing.
Yes.
And Smokey's actually a far better person than you, Marty, because you support the death of all those unborn children.
Right.
And Smokey's all he's doing is insinuating the truth. It's called discernment. This is all coming from Jesus Christ.
Said that. He said you lack discernment to me. I'm like, fuck this.
Here's another problem that I have with it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now I can bring up my
question. Kind of a joke, but kind of a question at the same time. Would they be more okay with it if we legislated by law that during the process they have to scoop some dust up from the floor and yell some gibberish while they throw it on there like an abortion clinic emerald or something?
Yeah.
Like if they do like an abortion clinic emerald, will they be all right with it? Like if they're like,
and I totally didn't mean to hijack the conversation with this. I am a bit angry. John's gonna like call me in the morning, like you fucking, what are you doing? I'm sorry, John, I didn't mean to. Jay, make your point, and then we'll go back to God and talk shit about God. Because,
okay.
That triggers Smokey so much anyway. So
okay, yeah. What I was gonna say is that it amazes me the generalization, the demonization that abortion gets. So most people understand that most abortions happen before the first trimester. About 90% of them.
Exactly.
A little over 90% of them happen the first trimester.
I was 12 weeks.
But about a third of deliveries that are actually done in the United States. I looked this stat up. This was back in 2015. I don't know how current. I don't know what it is now, but this was something that I dug up somewhere, and it was 2015. About 30% of deliveries were done by cesarean section. They do understand that an emergency cesarean section or a cesarean section is an abortion. you are aborting a pregnancy. That pregnancy is not to full term. You're actually aborting it. The only reason that they generalize that abortion equates to murder is because of the status of the developmental stage of that fetus while it's inside the woman.
Isn't the definition of abortion basically the choice of when choosing when to end the pregnancy?
Yeah, and that's when they choose to do it. But like, let's say if a woman goes to, the reason why it becomes an issue of like a right to privacy kind of thing is because if a woman's been carrying a fetus for like 8 months, right, and she goes to her doctor, and she's talking to her doctor, and she goes, you know what, I just don't want to keep this. I just don't want to keep this baby. Okay, there's a conversation that happens between the doctor and the woman to where you've already taken all this risk, you've already gone through all of this. What's the point of aborting this at this particular stage in time? And let's say that the law allowed her to insist that she have an abortion, and the doctor says, okay, fine, you want to have it, you can have it. That doesn't mean that the fetus isn't going to be viable when they take because at that point, at 8 months, they're going to do a cesarean section. They're not going to go in there and chop things up. It's just easier to just make do the cesarean and deliver the baby that way. And at that point, the child could live outside of the woman and then could be given up for adoption or whatever. There's a lot of nuance that happens, but they try to keep it to almost to a binary thing. If a woman gets an abortion, it's murder. But they're not defining what an abortion is. Are you defining an abortion as to all stages in which a pregnancy is medically terminated? And that means that it could be terminated at 7 months, at 8 months, and the fetus could still survive outside the woman's body, or before that. That's all I got to say.
Well,
that is a good point, because I mean that is a good point, because definitions do matter.
Mm-hmm.
The abortion issue, like even most pro-choice advocates, and me and John have been very clear about this. So I'm not going to speak for everybody in this room. I'm speaking for me and John because we've been clear about this. I've never had an abortion. I believe in a woman's autonomy and her free individual rights over her body and the rights to make her decisions, as long as they don't affect anybody else. I'm not sure when a human being's mind develops in the womb. For me, that would be the cutoff. If a human can feel pain, if it has a mind, if it understands what it's doing to it, or in any way whatsoever, however minute, to me, that's the cutoff. But that's just me personally. Everybody has like different things on this. The thing with Christians is they like to attack us because this is a very legal argument. This is about legalities. This is about equality and about rights of human beings. So if you take that position, hey, I want human beings to have individual rights over themselves to make their own individual decisions, well, then all of a sudden we're responsible for every single abortion that's ever been committed in the history of the fucking world. Fuck that.
Well, they're advocating choice too. They're advocating, what they're doing is they're basically equivocating choice to the promotion of killing. Yeah. So you can't promote the choice, because if you promote the choice vis-a-vis, you're basically advocating for women to have abortions, which isn't necessarily the case. But yeah. Well,
the brain doesn't even develop in the first trimester, so there's no fucking way without the brain that the fetus can feel.
Exactly.
And it depends on how. Yeah, and I agree, Lisa, because it depends on how we define. There's certain things that happen. So while a fetus can respond to pain, it's whether or not there's that actual mental cognition of understanding what pain is, right? Because this is not a concept that fetuses are necessarily imbued with, right? There's lots of things that are in our body that will respond to certain negative stimulus, right? And positive stimulus. That happens when a child is in utero. The idea that the fetus is cognizant of such pain and has an understanding of the concept of pain, that's an entirely different thing.
Well, and real quick, and then I'm going to step away and go make sure my daughter went to bed. But real quick, and it's not even just the concept of brain; it's just the idea of humanity. So I want to be clear, because I'm gonna put it right out here. And Nirvana kind of made a song about the fish, right? A fish feels no pain; it has no nerves. But I still find it atrocious if I see a child, a grown adult, whatever it is, just beating the fucking shit out of a fish, even though I know that fish isn't experiencing pain, at least as far as we know. I still, or at least as far as I know, maybe I'm completely wrong about that, but as far as I've always known, fish don't feel pain. I'm still fucking appalled by that. So I kind of get the argumentation, but this is, it comes down to, when does a human being become a human being? I think that the first trimester, as you said, Jay, to me, that's acceptable. That's like, as long as you're being responsible about it, you're making a hard decision. I'm going to respect that decision for all that it's worth. When it comes to like late-term abortions, this thing is so rare. Like when we're talking like actual people making late-term abortions, not C-sections, as the definition implies, and Jay is exactly right about that. When it comes to that, it's so rare, and it only happens like when the mother's life is in danger, right? So that is a whole other issue separate from everything.
Well, they would argue that there are certain states that don't have a limitation on that, because like Oregon passed a law to where abortions are allowed up to 9 months. But again, it's about setting a precedent in the legal sense of the word, or in the legal precedence. It doesn't mean that there's going to be there isn't a conversation that's not going to happen between that woman and her primary care physician, to where they talk about options. They talk about, hey, there's, I think what happens is
Canada has no, I mean, it's abortion up to 9 months in Canada. That's what Randolph Richardson told me anyway.
Well, I think they equate this to pulling the baby out and clubbing it like a seal.
Yeah.
Like if it's 8 months old, they induce labor and the child is born, and then they just hit it over the head with a hammer or something and go, yeah,
like one of those monkeys on Faces of Death. You ever see that old movie? Yeah.
Before you guys drive the truck too far down the road, let Marty talk.
So as someone who's had an abortion, mine was 12 weeks, give or take around 12 weeks. It was not fun. It was not a fun choice. It wasn't. I didn't wake up one day and just decide, woo, I'm going to kill my baby. Yay! Yeah. It didn't happen like that. My fiance and I at the time, we both sat down and we were like, we are not in any kind of position to have a baby. This is not we cannot do this. Let's go take care of it. Also, there's a misconception that abortions, or at least at Planned Parenthood, are paid for by the government. That's not fucking true.
No,
I paid for my abortion. My fiance and I paid for that in cash or credit or whatever it is, or a card. We paid for that up front. There's no government funding for abortion. Second
Marty,
of all,
next time. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say the guy who did it was actually like almost an hour late, because this is when these pro-life people were killing abortion doctors. So he had to come in through a separate entrance, a separate door, at different times. Every day coming through this door, next day coming through that door, park at different spots. So they were getting death threats at that place. But it wasn't fun. It wasn't a fun choice. But choice is the operative word there. And I'm glad it was kept safe and legal, because right now I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. And I've been living paycheck to paycheck since I was 18. I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I can still barely take care of myself. I've moved around so many times, and I've had to hop around different parts of New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey to Georgia. I was going to drag a kid through all of that. Like, looking at where I was then and where I'm at now, there's no way I could have had a kid and put a kid through all of that stuff. So it was not a fun choice, but I'm glad it was kept safe and legal. And that's the point that we make when we say we're pro-choice. Have a kid. Yeah. Carry a kid, don't have a kid, it's your choice, but it's not fun. It's not something that people wake up one day and just decide, woo.
I think the argument for convenience fails based on what you're talking about, because when people talk about, well, it's just convenient for someone, for a woman to have an abortion, and it's not convenient. And when you talk about convenience, people do that all the time when they're deciding whether or not they want to have children or not. They literally consider the convenience of having a child based on their living conditions. But just to piss off Nicholas Whitmire, tell him next time, just to fuck with him, to say, yeah, when I went to have my abortion, I was literally singing, I'm coming out. I want the world to know.
I see what he's All right, Lisa has her hand up. I'm going to let Lisa go, and then whoever piped in can go.
We went right to the abortion. We went right from God to abortion. That's amazing how that segued.
So I think
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
Knock made the point in one of the other live streams that these people they are not pro-life. They are anti-abortion, because if they were pro-life, they don't care what happens to the kid after it's born. They don't care what happens to the kid after. So
Yeah, they're not pro-life.
they are not pro-life.
Yeah, they're pro-birth, Lisa.
Well, I was in that. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Lisa. I thought you were done. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, and one thing that I think that we have to realize,
and it makes me
just real quick,
it makes me angry.
Lisa, I think you're on a delay, so you go ahead, and once you're done, I'll
She has more of a delay on your side than she does on mine. It's probably the Pacific Coast thing. She's PST, and so am I. So I'm probably hearing her before you.
Well, it makes me angry, and I used to be anti-abortion because I used to be a fundy, but now I understand the nuances.
Oh, you and I have got to have a conversation about how you got out of that.
Oh, sure, Jay, you can come on my channel.
Yeah.
Let's tweet me and we can set it
Okay,
up.
because you're talking to, me and my brother and I were basically Matt Powell back in the day.
Hand raised, I was too.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but it was it never crossed my mind what's going to happen to these babies after they're born. And I don't think it really crosses their minds either. They would rather have kids living in utter filth and parents who can't take care of the
Or
kids.
as Smokey says, living with knock.
Yeah.
And
sorry, knock. Sorry, it's easy. It was there.
Well, how could you make it?
I'm sorry.
How could you make it more convenient to shame their parents for having children and being on welfare than if you force them to have the children?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. That's
actually a decent point that he just brought up.
So when people start having designer babies, right? Like, I can almost see like a certain element of Christian being all for it, because hey, you can design a fucking Aryan baby. Are you kidding me? But they're gonna care, messing with a fetus. Is what this all comes down to. And I'm sorry, I know CJ's still here. You're being a good sport. You're somewhat quiet. You're like, oh my God, where the hell am I at? I need to get out of here. But I'm just. I forgot my fucking point. I don't even know. Like I get so aggravated about this abortion thing because we live in a modern world. Like we're on the verge of shit that's just phenomenal. Abortions are gonna fucking happen. People have the right to do what they need to do with their bodies. And abortions happen consistently. The vast majority of them within the Christian community. Because you know what, this country's mostly Christian, and I know like a lot of these Christians go out of their way and say, you know what, those aren't Christians. My ex, she had sex with an atheist, and obviously she's not a Christian. But guess what? Every woman I've ever slept with has been a Christian. Every single one, and I have been an atheist for a long fucking time. And I have slept with a lot of women in that period. I've never been married. I don't believe in fucking marriage. I am a whore. I've admitted it publicly. I'm a fucking hoe.
Well, here's an interesting little factoid. And I remember reading this years ago, and people can check this in case it's changed. The Egyptians actually used the skins of crocodiles and shaped them into prophylactics to use for contraceptives. But do you know why they were effective?
Why?
It wasn't the skin. It was the salmonella that exists on the crocodile skin. Salmonella kills sperm. It's a spermicide.
I was gonna say, knock. You know how they say that you're once a Christian, always a Christian, right? So when you're having sex with these Christian women, do you like flip the Bible on the motel room table over, like women that they like cheat on their husband, right? They flip over the little picture.
And this is the thing, so a vast minority of Christians actually follow that shit, right? A vast minority are a smoky saint that sat at home thinking, my God, if I do that naughty shit, I'm gonna go to hell. No, most men, I can't speak for women. I only know the male experience. Most men, once we hit a certain age, our penis gets hard, and we want to put it in something. And we do. And that includes Christians. And I'm sorry, like the select minority of Christians that actually believe that bullshit and think that the rest of the Christians are going out and doing it. Smokey, no, they didn't. You're the only one, you incel little bitch.
No, he doesn't. No, but that's the thing. That's the thing. Sex magnet there has pulled more trim than anyone we know. Guarantee it. His long fingers and his chicklet teeth and his Gravana hat.
Ollie G ass hasn't got that much.
He's come on, dude. That guy's been pulling tail for years. Pulling it.
I mean,
sorry, Marty. Sorry, Lisa.
Ollie G, no
way. Sexist as shit.
These Christian men want to hold these Christian men want to hold the vagina up to some like biblical standard, as if it's holier than thou. Do these Christian men see the penis the same way?
No,
because they probably stick it in the peanut butter. I
just want to control women. That's all they want.
Wait, I just got an image. I just got an image of figure skating. Like the figure skater pose, where the male figure skater hoists the woman up above his head, and he's got his, he's right on her crotch, right? But doing that with like a Tron poster kind of thing going on, hold that thing up,
Yeah, they don't think that the vagina is like the greatest instant sliced bread, and it needs to be, it's sacred. It's just a way to control women, because if a woman has sex, she's automatically devalued and literally has no value on this planet, because now she's deflowered and now she's dirty and tainted. But a guy can do there's no fucking
nobody trusts a vertical smile, Marty. Nobody trusts a vertical smile.
I work real quick, Puff, and I'll let you go. Like I work in a bar and a restaurant. Like that's what we do. Most of the people I work with are young 20-year-old women. They're all Christian. They all know I'm an atheist. They all know what I do on YouTube. So they ask me. I don't go to them. They ask me questions. And the first thing that I'll say to them is, have you had sex out of marriage? And they'll say yes.
You shouldn't be asking them that if you're
they talk about it, Marty. They're like talking, like they'll be right there, like, yeah, I fucked this motherfucker.
That's different. If they're talking about it, that's different. But if you're going up to them,
I'll be like, you're asking me why I don't believe in Jesus Christ, right? So I'm going to tell you why. Because Jesus Christ would tell you that the fact that you've had sex with anybody but your first husband, that you are going straight to hell. And why the fuck? And I'm the same way as you. Why the fuck am I going to believe in something that's going to condemn me because of something that I started doing when I was 17 years old? Like, why? Like, no, you don't condemn me to hell. I can't. I've never been married. I've slept with a lot of people. I can't redeem that according to Jesus, and neither can you. So why are you pretending? Oh, I don't know that about Jesus. Then maybe you should read your fucking Bible, you Christian, you. Why do I have to tell you? I mean, should I be nice to these young people?
I was going to say my justification for not believing in God is much simpler. Spooky bed hair hasn't found him yet.
So I gotta.
I'm sorry. Like CJ's like, yeah, I gotta go. Go ahead, CJ. Sorry, dog.
I do actually have to leave, but I do want to just say a few quick things in closing, just to sort of, you're
not in an official debate, right? You don't have to do it.
So the first thing is that I would just want to say that if anybody's interested in having like an actual debate on the abortion issue, I consider myself to be a pro-life radical, and I am perfectly willing to have that conversation.
What's the pro radical, real quick?
Like I think that the question, would you arrest abortion doctors, is ridiculous. Of course I would. That kind of radical.
What?
What about
the
the
question
mother?
when somebody asks, would you have punishments for abortion doctors? I think that question is absurd. That's like asking if I would have punishments for pedophiles, in my opinion.
But would you throw a napalm or a Molotov into an abortion
Napalm sticks.
building?
Red Fang.
Maybe believe in the
Red Fang.
legal system,
Napalm
of course,
sticks to
but
kids.
obviously, that's neither here nor there. Acts of terrorism have nothing to do with what I think the law should.
Would you have punishments for Christian preachers that require circumcision?
That's not even close to the same, but nonetheless.
You're equating an abortion
yeah,
with a
actually
pedophile?
it is.
CJ, are you really equating an abortion, someone who performs abortions, to a pedophile?
I absolutely am. I think it is a level of absolutely disgusting degradation in our culture that's even up for question. I think it is absolutely the same level of moral atrocity. Now, I understand that other people
think
don't,
women shouldn't
so
have
I'm willing
rights,
to sort of meet them on
right?
their terms, but yeah, that is like, I think that the fact that that's even a question in your mind, in my opinion, is completely absurd. Like,
So should men that masturbate, should they be punished the same as abortion doctors?
Right. So you know for a fact that's not the same thing, right? Unless you're
Why
just
not?
scientifically illiterate.
No, it's spilling the seed.
Thank God, thank God. Because I just keep jerking
Why
and
not?
jerking until the jerkins ain't working.
CJ, we'll let CJ finish. CJ needs to go. Like CJ, like you should have piped in on this shit a long time ago. We could have
All
talked
right.
about this.
Well, so and that's why I'm saying now I do like if anybody wants to actually like debate that issue, I'm not like, I'm not about to just like sit there and do nothing but pontificate if we have that sort of a conversation. But you should know where I'm coming from, right? I am not here to mince words on that particular issue, which is part of the reason why I don't
you
like
don't
to do it
want
in these
women
sorts
to
of
have rights.
Well, whatever. I'm not addressing that stuff now. Like I said, if anybody wants to have a conversation about that later, then we can have a conversation about that later. But I am interested in having a formal debate if anybody thinks that they want to have a formal debate on that. The other thing I would point out is,
CJ, I've never been pregnant, but I want to know if you ever had to be pregnant, would you?
Would I keep the child? Absolutely.
Good for you. That's what pro-choice is. You're saying you have the right to choose to carry a term, to determine, keep it, carry a child to term and give it up for adoption. Don't carry it to term at all. Choice is the operative word there. As someone who had to make that choice, when you say that shouldn't be something that should be a thing, you have no idea people's circumstances or situations that have to make that choice. I didn't wake up, like I said, I didn't wake up that one day and the fucking birds were saying, the sun was shining. I said, hey, let me go fucking kill my baby. This is gonna be great. It wasn't a fun choice. And the procedure after, I was asleep for the procedure, but I woke up, it wasn't fun. I was in pain. I had a fucking stack of medications I had to fucking take for X amount of fucking, like a month. It was not fun. I had in my head, even to this day, I would have been due in February. I get bummed out a little bit in February. It's not fun, but it's something that should be kept safe and legal. So when you guys are only looking at one aspect of it, you don't look at the whole picture. You only hear the word pro-choice and think pro-abortion. That's not what it is.
Frankly, no. I want to know.
He's trying to close out and leave, guys. We can rant and rave all we want after he leaves. Let's let him make his point. We'll let CJ leave, and then you guys can say what you want. I'm gonna go into 11:30, but that's like ultimate shutdown. I'll have quite a bit to say on this myself. As for scheduling an official debate, CJ, I don't want to do debates on my channel particularly. All that much. I'll try to schedule somebody to debate you on that, or you could try to reach out to James. But I would say, I think I made my stance very clear. And to equate, I understand that you're trying to make some kind of stand here, and I'm a Christian in the room, and I can't let this go unchecked, and I want you to have that chance. But just understand that it's very easy to sit outside of a very hard decision and judge that decision until you're in that situation and you have to make that decision yourself. And I know you think that you know what you'll make when that time comes, but trust me, you really don't. And so that's all I'll have to say. But I do want CJ to make his final point, because I know he wants to try to get out of here. And then we'll have like a half an hour to make whatever points we want to make, but we'll only have a half an hour because if I don't go to bed by noon, I'm not a boomer yet, but it will mess me up. So.
Well, I'll go ahead and give you guys a half an hour of content for a minute. Because I think that in response to that, and this will be my little, I guess, gift, if you will, for half an hour of content. I think that a jihadi probably would make the argument that he feels very, very, very compelled to commit this act of terrorism, that it is something that there is absolutely nothing that could convince him otherwise. This is what God wanted, and you don't understand what I'm going through, the cultural pressures I'm going through, the religious pressures I'm going through, yada, 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 so on and so forth. But it doesn't really matter, right? The act was wrong. So, like, all of that, and I don't mean to be dismissive, but I also do mean to be dismissive. It's kind of in one ear and out the other.
That's a false equivalency.
Right. Yeah,
that's a false equivalency.
Are you equating?
Like I said, you can go ahead and rant about it for the next
Jihad would be on your side there, brother.
Are you
Yeah,
serious?
so you're equating that to your belief about abortion.
Serious. I'm 1,000% serious.
You're equating me
Okay,
to a terrorist. Miss Jihad? Are you serious?
Yes. The fact that that's even up for debate is so mind-boggling to me. Like, the idea that you can kill innocent human beings and
like,
not morally agree
you're gonna make
is
CJ,
absurd.
seriously, you're gonna make those statements and fucking leave? Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. Give you guys your 30 minutes. Give you guys your 30 minutes.
That's some hyperbole.
You
But wait, I think
all over the place with
Do
me.
you smoking
that is
Saint?
hyperbole.
What
Just
the
me saying
fuck,
because
CJ?
you're talking.
Smoking
Well,
Saint
you're
much?
talking about. Hold on. Well, hold on. I'm sorry.
No.
You're talking about something that reacts that interacts on other people, right? An individual acts on another person's will. But in the situation with a pregnancy, you're not dealing with a person acting on necessarily other personhood. You're dealing with a woman who is actually responsible for developing possibly a future person. So I would say that that's a false equivalency and
Yeah,
a
it's not even
horrible
fucking
example
close.
to draw
Yeah,
or
that's
comparison
a really
to draw.
bad,
Excuse me.
that's a really shitty fucking line that you drew.
That takes me to my modern day debate and Matt Powell saying, "Yeah, all gay people are exactly like
You
Hitler."
fucking, yeah, because when I
Well,
asked
hey,
him,
gay people kill people? I'm sorry. You do understand that the pro-life claim is that you are taking an innocent life, right? This isn't some, like, there's no
So,
in-between.
so CJ, where in your Bible do you get this fucking morality from? Where in your Bible does God condemn? Where in your Bible does God condemn abortion?
I didn't make any biblical claims.
So where
My
do you
thing
get?
is, holy smokes.
Where do you get that a jihad and an abortion are the same fucking thing? Where?
My problem with both of them is the taking of innocent human life and the belief that you have the right to do it.
CJ, I'm sorry. If a jihad is being committed because of abortion, it's being committed by fucking Christians.
Right.
No.
The jihad would be standing right next to him, ready to arrest somebody or kill someone. So.
Yeah. So when
he's the jihadist in this situation.
Well,
Holy smokes.
Yeah, go ahead, Marty. Marty's been trying to.
When a jihadist runs into a fucking restaurant with a bomb strapped to his fucking chest and takes out fucking a whole restaurant of people, those people are conscious, sentient people. That person who did that act because he is brainwashed and programmed into thinking that that's what he's supposed to do for his God. Somebody who performs abortions at say a Planned Parenthood or another clinic is not the same fucking thing. They're not running into a fucking restaurant and murdering everybody in the joint. It's not the same thing.
I was at work, Marty. I was at work one night when God committed an abortion. I was at work one night and this young lady, she was 23, 24. I'm not going to say her name. She didn't even know she was pregnant. And she went into the bathroom and she was gone. And we were like, where is she? Like, I wasn't a manager. I think I was a bartender at the time. And they're coming to me and like, she's gone. She's not there. She's, like her section is asking where she is. We don't have her number. She comes out of the bathroom, bloody, covered in blood, holding something in her hand.
Oh, that poor kid.
And it's a fetus. And she went to the bathroom, not feeling well. And she had a miscarriage in the bathroom.
Aww.
And, God committed that abortion. You know, I mean,
and if you want to get biblical, babies aren't even people until they draw their first breath, because that's when they're infused with their spirit. With the spirit is when they start to breathe. So, and your Bible in Leviticus gives instructions on how a man, if he suspects his wife of cheating, which is bullshit, basically, if he just doesn't want to get it.
I totally know.
You know what we're talking about, right? Yeah, it's that when the priest makes up some fucking weird ass bullshit potion, and fucking gives it to the woman.
It's the dust off the floor.
Right,
and I totally know. I'm going to be accused. I'm going to be accused of making up that story, but I guarantee you I did not. I guarantee you I did not. And this woman exists, and she went through that pain, and now she's about to give birth to her second child, and she still remember. I mean, she just reached out to me not too long ago, and had a conversation with me about that night because it still bothers her. It still bothers her.
It does. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. My abortion still kind of bothers me sometimes. Like I said, I get real bummed out around February because I would have been doing February. But how the fuck are you going to draw a line between a suicide bomber, jihad, and a fucking abortion? It's not even the same fucking thing. And not even the same fucking ballpark. Are you kidding me? As somebody who had to make that choice, like I just fucking said, it wasn't fun. I didn't wake up one day and feel like there's like God or somebody told me to do that. When those fucking animals do that to those people, they're doing it because they are brainwashed and they're thinking they're getting direct orders from their deity to go do so. Which, by the way, Allah literally means God the Father. So you're all worshiping at the end of the day the same God. You just get it from different texts. So don't fucking go.
That's definitely false, but okay.
It's all the God of Abraham. Marty,
it's literally.
I shouldn't say Marty because her outrage is justified. But Tioga did come in.
Honestly, believe, like straight up, do you honestly hear you guys yourself? John Peterson straight up told you that he believed that was a human being in every definition of the word, and you guys think it's cool for him to just say, but it's totally cool to kill him. That's fucking bullshit, quite frankly. All right, just because somebody.
What are you talking about?
Years, right?
Hey.
That doesn't give you the right. Just because you're gonna have to pay for them. And
I have a
What are you talking? You're talking about
right to kill them.
I have a great
you're bringing,
they have
CJ,
rights.
I know you're triggered right now, but you're bringing John Peterson into this, and John Peterson isn't
I have
here
a
any longer.
zinger. I have such a zinger for this. CJ, so like, why was it cool for God to tell Abraham to kill his son?
I have already made perfectly clear that God is the arbiter of life and death. He does not have to deal with the same things that we do. It has no bearing whatsoever on the abortion question.
Yeah,
I can tell you why.
No, it
Tioga.
actually
That
does
is
not at all.
because God needed to lay the seed material for South Park, so he needed to command the first 432nd trimester abortion. All right.
Why did God abort his only son and send him to be sacrificed at the age of what, 27?
Has no bearing on the political question.
God aborted his fucking child. CJ, why aren't you outraged at God?
Wait, no, it's okay.
He committed murder.
It's
He
okay.
should a human being to be murdered.
It's okay to kill them when they're adults. It's okay to kill them when they're adults.
You know what,
and
CJ?
children.
You know what, CJ? You want to have this fucking debate, dude? You're gonna have it. You're gonna fucking have this debate with me, and I'm gonna fucking take you head on in this shit. Fuck you, CJ.
All right.
You're gonna have this fucking debate with me, bitch.
Can I say my thing I want to say?
Absolutely
a while
down.
ago,
Let's
which
do
was-
it. Get it scheduled. But I got to get out of here. So let's go ahead and get that scheduled. Have a good rest of your day.
Well, I was gonna say this is a joke earlier, but CJ's comments make me think that it's the truth. I was gonna say earlier that the reason I think the whole so back in the day, men got very mad that they couldn't do what women could do as a group and withhold that shit, right? Like to shut it off, right? Like you're not getting any of this, right? So like they're very mad that they couldn't get the rest of the group of men to do that. So they're like, how can we flip the power dynamic? How can we flip the script? And they're like, I know. And that's how we got Abrahamic religions.
CJ's talking like a jihad right there. That women shouldn't have the power to do what they want. That's what CJ just did. He dropped that pipe bomb before he got out the door.
I can't fucking believe that he would equate like a jihad suicide bomber with fucking abortion. It's not even close to the same thing.
You know what the craziest part?
You know what that was?
The craziest part
that
to me was
CJ sat here and listened to us for a while, and he realized I have to say something.
And he should have said something fucking 30 minutes ago before he said he had to leave.
The craziest part to me about it, though, was that he said all that preamble, right? And then was like, yeah. And then it's a jihad, right? And he's like, da 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 da. And we know it's wrong, this, that, and the other, right? And he's like, and the other guy's going to go and do it because his God commanded it. He's going to do a jihad. I was like, so you're the jihadist, right? Because you're doing what your God commanded you to do, even though we all know it to be wrong. So you just said you're the jihadist. Like, that's what I got from your little story there, is that you're going to go in and start a holy war on abortion.
So, and then he says it's not a religious issue. Well, number one, he just equated abortion to a religious command by Allah. Number one. Number two, if you read the Bible, and this is in the Bible, kids, I'm not making this up. A baby is not considered, it's not counted as a person. Well, there's two different things. Until they're 3 months old.
Get the breath of life.
Right, until they start to breathe, because that's when they start to breathe,
Yeah,
they're
but
infused with the spirit.
it's
the breath of
around
life.
sometime after 3 months, though. You're exactly right, Marty. By their worldview, and if they even understand their fucking worldview, sometime after 3 months, the soul enters the body. It's not there at first, right? So like, I mean, it's just fucking atrocious. These motherfuckers are gonna sit here in condemnation of everybody, and it all boils down to one thing. It's one thing. It's we can't control women no more. That's what it comes down to.
That's
because
exactly
they could do that before, and now they can't.
Hey, look. If you're not going to join together to shut down the lesbian dentistry organization, the underground lesbian dentistry organization, and their cabal, their secret evil cabal with the Juluminati, if you're not going to join forces with CJ against that, I don't know what kind of former Christian you call yourself, Rage. I don't know. And you know, you could be wearing a cheap, ill-fitting power suit from Just for Men, or from the Coat Factory, right? Yeah, the Burlington Coat Factory. 2-for-1 special. You could be doing that and strutting off into the desert sun on a deserted road. Like, you could be doing these things.
I thought I was doing a good thing, Puff. Like when I was like, let's divert this conversation from Smokey and that goddamn stream last night. I'm like, John's going to be proud of me. And then it devolved into absolute hell.
Well, I mean, when I saw the dumpster fire rolling down the river, like it was floating down the river, I just ran to my house and grabbed the gasoline and chugged back to the river as fast as
CJ can just go fuck himself. I just lost all respect for that.
Here's why we're quoting the Bible we don't believe.
God damn, I'm
because CJ identifies as a Christian, and a lot of these, I'm going to call them pro-birth because that's what they are. A lot of these pro-birth, anti-choice people identify as Christian. So they try and cite the Bible as a way to say, well, according to the Bible, when they don't actually read their Bible. There's two places in the Bible that say when a baby is considered a person and when that person has personhood, when they start to breathe, because then they're then infused with the spirit of life, and after about 3 months or so. That's it. So when these biblical ass fucks try to use the Bible against us to try and fucking take away certain rights in our existence, that's when we have to throw it back in their face, because a lot of them don't even fucking read the book.
Well, yeah, and
Marty,
you're exactly right. Real quick, Puff. I like SJ. I think she's an honest interlocutor. I think she believes the things that she believes. But when I was able to kind of like throw up in her face, because she brought on abortion because she got somewhat triggered, and she was like, "Yeah, this ain't going like I thought it would."
She does that. Abortion and Hitler, she does that.
Yeah, so she brought up abortion, and I I didn't, John took the traditional pro-choice argument and he was representing it great. So I was able to just sit there and be like, SJ, tell me, where does this anger against abortion come from in the Bible? And she could never answer that. She could not answer that. It doesn't come from the Bible. This comes from your secular morality. This comes from the morality you have developed living in a secular world. It doesn't come from your ancient archaic Bible. So, I actually appreciate you having this, but you need to recognize that this doesn't come from your Bible. This is a question about morality derived in the modern secular world, and she could not answer to that.
No, they never do. They can't, because it's not even like it's in the Bible. If you don't believe me, anybody that's in the chat, fucking look it up.
Right.
I'm not taking this off.
Marty, that's what I'm saying. He's just mad because you didn't follow the rules. Your partner did not suspect you of cheating on him, because if he had of, at that point, it's in God's hands.
Mm-hmm. Which is strange. Which is funny.
If your inner side fell out at that point.
And also, Marty, women are supposed to sit down and shut up. So
yeah, it fundamentally comes down to the control of men over women. All right, so men want to be able to ban abortions, but still have those meat doctors in the back alleys in case we get our mistresses pregnant and we need to go and butcher them so they don't bear our illegitimate children, because fuck those bastards. God don't like those bastards. No, I mean, so what do you think was fucking happening? Why do you think we made abortion legal? Is because monsters in the Christian community were being fucking monsters. Like, this is it's a ridiculous fucking argument that these Christians are outraged about the product of their Christianity.
What did I miss? Because I'm here at work and one of the guys is talking to me, so I had to leave.
CJ fully lost his mind.
CJ lost his fucking mind. He literally equated a jihad.
I heard that the terrorist thing. I was there for that one.
He went and like completely lost all his cool and everything. He equated
that to abortion. Said it was the same thing.
Well, it sounds like I might. Now, I would have a conversation with him about it, but I'm not going to take the time to set up a formal debate.
I don't think
just discuss it.
I don't think.
First of all, I don't. First of all, we're not doctors. We don't work in a. Well, at least as far as I know, I don't think CJ works as a primary care physician or a nurse or anything like that. I sure as hell don't. So I would see something that warrants possibly we could have a discussion on it, but I'm not going to sit there and come up with an opening statement and rebuttal and all this other stuff for a very simple conversation of just, all right, let's sit here and we'll talk about our differences. Like, okay, why are you pro-life? Why am I pro-choice? And we'll just hash that out.
You missed it because I finally just got fucking pissed and I was like, you know what, CJ, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to crush him on abortion, just like I crushed him on the.
You're going to do a formal, dude. I wouldn't even entertain that. I wouldn't entertain that as a formal debate. But if you want to, but I mean, it's all you. That's my opinion. If you want to, go ahead.
I got angry and I said I'd do it. So we'll see if I actually do, because
dude, you're easy. You're easy to draw in, man. You're easy to draw in.
I get pissed, and he was pissing me. Like, what? Not just that comment. It was. CJ, it was fake. Like, he sat there and he was quiet. All right, so step in and make your stance, but don't come in and be like, what?
He was waiting. Yeah, he was waiting for. Well, he was waiting for the opportunity, which is fine. But I objected to the fact that he was basically. There's a problem with his equivalency of equating a woman making a decision about the fetus that's inside of her that's developing, which she is required. Right, we don't have babies without women, right? They don't exist in a vacuum. And a woman taking those risks and her personhood as compared to a jihadist who isn't necessarily being threatened by any other personhood, but wants to threaten the personhood of others. That's why that's a false equivalency, because the argument boils down to a matter of personhood. What part of this person, this woman, is obligated to necessarily is obligated to bear forth this life that's developing inside of her as a potential person, if one could even roughly call it that.
I'll tell you, Jim,
why?
I've never done abortion debates for a reason, because these exact same things.
Well,
this
they're
is my
very
issue.
divisive.
Yeah,
They're very divisive.
this isn't my issue. I walked into Dragnot Silva's server one time, and they were talking abortion, and I opened my mouth. I learned real quick I shouldn't have. So this is not something that I usually just walk into. But like when this dude is sitting here making the if I could speak correctly, I'm so angry I can't fucking speak. A declaration that if you have an abortion, that equates to a Muslim jihadist just blowing fucking people up. It's just like, all right, I'll have this debate with you. I will sit here and I'll spend 3.5 weeks looking at this issue and the best way to argue it, just so I can smack you in the fucking face again. Because now I'm fucking mad. But honestly, I don't really want to have that debate because I stay away from the abortion debate. My position really is in the gray area. It's not a I believe this or that. I'm in the gray area. I'm like, I believe in rights and let them do their thing. Leave me the fuck out of it. That's my position.
Well, it's funny because before I got pregnant, I was pro-life for myself and pro-choice for everybody else, because I can't tell somebody what they can and can't do. But I was of the mind of, well, if I got pregnant, I couldn't give it away or have an abortion or whatever. And then I got pregnant and then had to sit down with my fiance at the time and make that choice. So CJ doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, because
when you take this off air. If you take this off air, if you have time, Knock, I might be able to give you some pointers, or we can talk about it later, because there's avenues of approach to this particular argument where I think, without giving anything away to any upcoming debate, the problem is it becomes an argument of virtue. Our virtue is better than your virtue. I'm virtuous to the life of the unborn, while still being virtuous to the consciousness of the mother, or the future mother, whatever you want to call it.
Well, no,
and then
you would definitely be a person. I wouldn't want to do it tonight, but if I'm going to do this debate, it's going to be in the future, because I'm going to take my time to really, really study this. And you're definitely a person that I would want to spend a lot of time in debate prep with, because I've heard you argue this issue before, and if I'm going to argue it, it's probably going to be really close to your position. Honestly,
well, just make sure that the proposition, whatever the proposition is for the debate, make sure that it's a narrow one. Because if you're going to do a formal debate on abortion is such a broad term that you're going to want to focus. You got to try to dial it down to a given proposition as to what it is that you're actually going to be arguing about when it comes to that topic. Mm-hmm. Because if you just leave it to just the topic of abortion, it goes all over the place. Like I said, it goes to argument of personhood. It goes into virtue. It goes into equivocating it to terrorism, which is weird considering you're talking on one-on-one kind of thing. Like, this woman is killing this other person. It basically, based on his logic, he might as well just say that anybody who commits a murder is the same as a terrorist, right? There seems to be no degrees of separation in those legal terms. So that's. Yeah, either way, that was just weird that he would.
Well, technically, you are trying to change the way someone lives their life, so you would be a terrorist.
I mean, CJ has revealed himself somewhat to be extremely extreme. Like, people call me an extremist.
I did like Puff's point. Was that Puff that just said that?
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty decent point that he just made there.
So yeah, if I'm gonna walk into this debate and if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen on MathPick's channel with MathPick moderating. I'll definitely talk to you before I agree to terms, and I'll have a specific definition for it. But it's just CJ showed me something in the Prophecy of Tyre debate, and it's basically, I don't care how stupid I look, as long as I argue for God. And he can sit there and fucking, say that this isn't about God, but fundamentally this belief comes from his God belief. So that's that's what I want to attack, and that's what I would want to expose. But I definitely like the way that you argue abortion. If I don't like these fucking conversations. Honestly, if somebody wants to have that debate other than myself, it would be far better, because I'm gonna have to take a lot of time and I'm gonna have to learn an issue that I've really just don't. To me, it's a no-brainer. People should have rights. Let them do what they do. You know.
I don't do debates. I don't do debates. I do conversations. So I'll sit and have a conversation with somebody, but. You know, and I was planning on having a conversation with TJ after the holidays because I wanted to talk to him about his stance on the LGBT community. I figure after the holidays when life kind of calms down a little bit because holidays are crazy. So, but now I might have to fucking sit down with him about this because you can't, like, I had to make that choice. So maybe I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about than fucking CJ does.
And I'm just going to break it down. At the end of the open room that I was in CJ's room, after the show, he addressed something that I stated, because he has somewhat revealed himself to be a homophobe to me. So, you know, this stance on abortion, him making the claims that he makes, which is very Matt Powell-like, I'm not going to lie. It reminds me of a religious fervor that I am very familiar with. I have dealt with, and I've dealt it with Matt Powell, and I've dealt with it with Smokey Saint, and CJ has always portrayed himself as something somewhat different. That prophecy of Tyre debate, you know, that conversation about when he butted in and he was like, I just have to say the Bible is without a doubt homophobic, and so am I.
Well,
I have come to the knowledge that CJ likes to argue.
Officially
he
raising
likes
my
to
hand.
debate. Yeah, and Jay, you're next. He likes to debate, but he doesn't. I'm starting to see him as the same as these other things, and tonight just kind of really reaffirmed that with these blanket statements and really trying to demonize a subgroup of human beings. With that being said, go ahead, Jay.
Okay. If you guys ever want to see how ugly this could be, and I would never even challenge Marty on this in any, or even invite her to do this, but if she was, you know, if she was of the mindset to actually do it, and I'm not saying that she would ever be, it would be like me taking the role of of evangelical fundamentalist, and then taking a pro-life stance, and then arguing with Marty about her choice. And watch how ugly that conversation gets. That turns into something nasty. I don't even think I could even put, in good conscience, I don't think I could put Marty through that. And this is coming from me, son of Satan, according to Jill.
Just
don't me either because I'm female, so we're in the same boat.
Good question for Knox. So you said that CJ is like a homophobe, so good chances he's secretly wishing for a visit from the penis monster.
Well, he didn't say he is. He said there are things that he said that makes him think or come to the belief that he's possibly one.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't come out, and he's not like, I'm a homophobe. He didn't come out and say that he was a terrible person and a jihadist.
I'll tell people back when I was in the military, I was a homophobe. Back before I was in the military, I was a homophobe. And the first time I met one of the guys in my platoon, he grabbed my junk. I went to shake his hand, and he grabbed my penis. He reached out and just grabbed my sack. And he goes, "Ooh, nice." And then he walked away. And I was like, that's the most disgusting thing ever.
It's kind of fucked up.
And he wasn't homosexual. We joked about that shit a lot, almost to an offensive degree.
Well, even if he had been gay, though, and I'm gonna have to wrap it up because I have to go to sleep, and we can talk after the or y'all can talk after the show. But like, even if he were gay, gay people, I love you, and I'm not talking shit, but like that's unacceptable, right? Yeah, like you don't just go up and grab somebody's fucking junk, right?
Yeah, that's called sexual harassment. Whether you're gay, straight, or
sexual assault, right there.
Actually, considering the fact of how well hung the guy was, if I was gay, I would have been fucking.
No.
Might have been turned on if I was gay. He did like to distract people from their pool shots by
had that problem
literally
myself,
dropping his pants and waving his cock and balls over the hole that they were. Yeah, the guy was fucking. He was bizarre, but he was a riot at the same time. But either way, it's neither here nor there. Things
Hey,
you do in
man.
the infantry, right?
Dude, I played football. I've seen some gigantic penises. So.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
Bountiful penis.
I'm just
I was
saying.
on the wrestling team, so I feel your pain.
Shower. You know what I'm saying, Puff. You know.
Yep. Bountiful
I want to wait
penis.
till a lot of you guys leave before I take my shower.
Gotta go cool. Gotta go cool off.
Everybody's
Puff.
like, I don't
Got-
look. I mean, the first thing you doing is looking like,
No,
man, that motherfucker
I-
bigger than me.
I don't want to have to come up with a list of excuses. You know, it's kind of cold outside. Northern Stars aligned.
Actually, you know what?
Water.
Actually, you know what?
Cold water.
You know. Actually, you know what I think, Knock? When the first time I was in a public shower, like when I was in the military,
Right.
and you see guys that are just that endowed, you know, and you go, I know the first thing I'm going after if I get into a fight with this motherfucker. That thing right there, it's gonna hurt.
That's
Hurt.
some low hanging fruit right there.
Yep, exactly.
You know what? I would say that, except for my father was a Navy guy, 20 years. And I remember when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I was hanging clothes in the backyard and I heard him arguing with my brother behind me. And I turn around and he's like, all right, boy, if you think you're that tough, put your dukes up. Let's go, right? And my brother put up his dukes. And my dad was already in the fighting position. And I seen my brother, he just cock back field goal style and field goal kick my dad in the nuts. He didn't flinch. He didn't budge. He didn't do nothing. He looked at him and he said, that's the worst mistake you'll ever make in your life. And then he disassembled him. And I was like, holy shit. I'll never
Yeah,
forget
I remember the
I
first
bucked
time.
up to my dad once. I bucked up to my dad once. I never did again. Never did again.
I had the blessing of seeing that in advance. I was like, never going to try pops. You know?
I've got
I
a
was
story.
the oldest child. My little brother, he saw that. He never bucked up to my dad. Never.
Because he witnessed what you
Oh,
what you
man.
received.
Oh my God. I remember it in my nightmares.
It wasn't the fact that my dad disassembled him like that. It was that my dad stood there, didn't flinch, didn't jump, didn't twitch or nothing. He was like, "That's the worst
Yep.
mistake you ever make in your life." I just remember that. I was
Actually,
like,
what you should have said is, "You fucked mom with that thing? How? How?
No, now I know how, because when I was born, when I was created, my mom had.
So you're saying that your mom's vagina is a bear trap.
My dad fucked the IUD. He broke that shit with his dick. That shit was like insane.
I just can't wait till
That's
chicks
how I
do this
know.
to their own moms. They just slap the shit out of their tits, just wind up. And
We're getting
knock them out of the
off.
park.
We're just getting off. We're just going
I
all
mean,
sorts of off.
how better to end a long conversation with penises and oversized
And
cocks?
vaginas,
You just-
yep.
and vaginas that are made of steel, and yeah. So I mean, I can't think of a better way. Like
Mechanized beavers.
I wish I wasn't like thoroughly
Especially
exhausted
after
because
the we've had.
this is the most important part of the conversation. All that other bullshit that was talked about when I was at work and I couldn't pay attention with Otangelo. I got here and was pleasantly surprised to see CJ, and then I'm like, oh yeah, it's this CJ. I can't think of a better ending than big penises and steel vaginas. I just can't. Only on the rage. But I do have
Can you
to
hear
close it.
conversations about the JJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you're good, Jay. I do have to close it because, as I said, I will have at this point 29 minutes after the show to shoot the shit with all of you. But at 12 o'clock midnight is a hard stop for my old ass because I'm going to bed.
Stop saying you're old. I'm 2 months older than you. Stop it.
We old, Marty. We old. So with that being said, John did the old school shit. I don't have all the new school shit. So we're just going to end it and we'll continue to talk behind the scenes. Y'all have a great night and thanks for hanging out with us.